All right. I am going to do some final checks here, but I think we are good to go. Bobby gets a crown this week because he wanted a gold star for making sure all of his equipment was on his character sheet.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, one thing I needed to go over you guys before we get rocking is I've decided that I want to use duty from the Star Wars game in this game. And what duty is a measurement of your fulfillment to a cause, and everyone fulfills their duty differently. I'm gonna say duty a lot. So if we got any chuckles, let's go ahead and get the chuckles for duty out of the way.
You said duty.
Thank you. There are several kinds of duty you can select. Everyone basically picks one of these, and that will determine the duty table. What you're doing here is you're picking the objective you think your character most embodies as wanting to fulfill their military career. Like this is the thing that defines what victory is to them.
What would intelligence uh exemplify?
The PC knows that every victory hinges on knowing as much about the Third Reich's military might and other assets as possible. He's driven to gather any and all potentially useful data, wishing to locate vital and vulnerable targets for the Allied forces to strike at. He's not only wants to know what the Third Reich military factions are up to, but also the state of technological research, economic policies, and aspects of their strength.
I like that one.
Okay. Chad has chosen intelligence.
Intelligence.
Exactly.
What was that one about sabotage again?
Sabotage, the largest and most powerful military force in the history of the world, is also the most vulnerable to the acts of destruction and asset denial. The character is focused on disrupting Nazi operations in any way possible, whether it's the manufacture of weapons, troop movements, supply shipments, banking systems, or any other key operation, in order to make the Nazis act more slowly and less capably. Truly shows an act or truly showy acts of destruction also work to erode the population's willingness to support the regime, or so the PC often believes.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
I don't mind the guy missing half his body being like a recruiting specialist. It's
I
Be
want
like
perfect.
you.
me. Be more than man.
Well, it's funny I say that, but the fucking in Starship Troopers, like one of the things was that like dudes that are too injured to continue fighting tend to be recruiters. So I guess it's not that silly.
Yeah, that's such a great scene. He's like, the mobile infantry made me what I am today, and he scoots back and both his
Yes,
legs are missing.
exactly. It's exactly like what I was kind of remembering. So yeah, recruiting maybe. Space superiority, of course. Tech.
Yeah, it's a little jarring, but it is. This is based off of outer space. Think of it, in a
Yeah,
in
no, I'm
a
just kidding around. Obviously, I can make that correction, and to make it appropriate,
Yeah.
it's no problem.
Naval
Tech
slash air
procurement.
series.
It's like, hey, you see this space around me? I'm making it superior. Fuck you.
I, I elevate the situation.
The only one that jumped out to me the first time you read it through was support,
Uh-huh.
and I do also like personnel when we went back over it, but I think support's going to be the one that I go with.
Okay, so that means that you're going to be rewarded to a lesser degree, but you're going to be rewarded for like everything.
Well, I'm going to be rewarded for helping the people with their
Right.
duty. Is that right?
Yeah.
Like that'll be like where I get a reward is whenever I'm doing that sort of thing.
Right. Okay, so the way it works is not every duty is always fulfilled, but because you're
Uh-huh.
choosing support and you're supporting other people's duties, you're probably always going to get a payout just to a lesser extent.
Well, yeah,
And
as long as I'm like doing it, right?
yeah, and so the way that duty works is you guys together make a duty pool. And
Uh-huh.
when your combined total equals 100, you go up in duty rank. And when that happens, you have a few choices of rewards, like equipment, a vehicle.
I remember that. Yeah.
Or some other sort of like acquisition that you could request on behalf of your squad. But you guys are collectively feeding into the same pool of duty when you get rewarded for, like committing your duties. So we have intelligence, sabotage, and support. You guys are stationed in Marlborough, England. Marlborough, England is a quiet little village. Old buildings, nice weathered brownstones, and river stone paved roads. In some places that are more well traveled, there are fresher brick roads that have been laid out for the military units. And you guys have been staying at a country estate, effectively. This was some lords, or is a lords that is allowing it to be used by the Allied forces in their war effort. So you see plenty of home guard units with their Bren rifles at certain points around town. Uh, but here, there is minimal United States presence. You are pretty much representing it, but you have been dispatched here uh, by the Institute at behest of Allied forces,
We are all Americans.
except for Chris.
Correct.
Chris, I needed to actually talk to you a little bit before the game, but I think we're still gonna go for it. And I'll hit you up later for some download stuff. But you were an admit to the Institute program as part of like a joint task force by Allied Command. It's like a special request that somebody gets to go through their program, and you were elected.
Okay.
You guys are driven up through the countryside, and there is a lot of forested countryside on your drive over here. And you're noticing as you're driving down these roads that there are tall, inward-facing barbed fences that go up into like the boughs of the trees. The village itself is peaceful, warm in the daylight, and you guys are arriving midday from the fresh ride over the sea, and you are driven up to this country estate where you are to disembark in the privacy of the estate's high hedges into the driveway. So let's start with some introductions. As the gate comes down and a set of ramps is deployed from the back of this truck, I nominate Chad.
I think I'm gonna go with a like operations name. So my operations name is Lagoon, which is a little on the nose. I may change it later. He looks like a normal human, except that his skin is a non-reflective, like ash gray, and his eyes are yellow with black. The whites are like black.
Okay, I was going to ask which order to go in. Okay, so
Most
Like
advanced
Slayer.
cases jaundice I've ever seen.
other way, I think is what he was saying. The whites of his
Yeah,
eyes are black.
Yeah, the whites of the eyes are black, and then the normal like eye colored portion is yellow.
Ah.
But he has very obvious gills in his neck, and if you get real close to him, you can see that the gray of his skin is actually scales. But he otherwise looks like a normal human,
You got it.
wearing like a fedora, trench coat, like normal period clothing.
Okay, so you're not in uniform yet.
Yeah, and unless we're in uniform, in which case I'm wearing the appropriate uniform for.
Yeah,
for
you're
the period.
dispatched right now. I think they probably wanted you in uniform, but you can have packed those clothes for when you're
Okay.
what's the word on leave.
I was gonna say his nails are also black, but he doesn't have like a claw attack yet, so they're not fully developed yet.
All right.
I'm going to have my character look more and more fishy and monstrous as he gains talents and whatnot. So
I like it.
starting out, he's just kind of a weird looking human.
All right. Does he have hair?
Yes, he's got black hair.
All right. So, how does he disembark from this truck?
We are. Where are we at?
Marlborough, England. You are on the driveway of a private estate.
Oh, then I just.
Danger cobblestone.
Is that a question? Sorry.
Yes,
The
the
cobblestone.
driveway. I've been bothering me. I want like to get a
Gravel,
little
obviously gravel.
It's
gravel. Okay.
no,
Yeah.
it's cobblestone. You're fine.
Well, you said
Must
it
be a
was like
couple
a
of muddy
nice
ruts in the
house,
grass.
right? Like we are at someone's estate,
Yes,
like a nice kind of, you know, if it weren't wartime, this would just be a fancy place that somebody lives,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we are, it's like sort of partially concealed from the road by a high hedge on one side
More than
that
that,
we're,
actually, yeah, you heard right. But there is a privacy hedge around this part of the property. But you guys have actually driven through that exterior tall barbed wire fence that I had mentioned. The fence actually includes this property.
okay. And I have one more question just to benefit my ability to be in the moment. Um, What sort of vehicle did we arrive in? Like, is it one of those transport trucks with like the wagon canvas
Yes,
on the back?
yes.
Okay. And are we like just sort of like we're introducing ourselves, like we're just getting out of the truck and there's some upper brass there that we are meeting as they like walk across the yard. We're getting out and walking toward them and all shaking hands and saluting and shit.
Maybe not top brass, but yeah, you get the idea.
Well, not top brass. That's part of what I'm trying to
Yeah, there is a man
picture.
here you will meet in a moment, but he does not look to be top brass. He,
Okay, so I'm like introducing myself to just the guy that's meeting us, and he's part of the military, and it's his job to meet us.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay.
I exit unless there's reason to suspect that there's something amiss. I'm just going to hop off the transport and look around.
I believe if we're not like purposefully in uniform, I don't know what that would look like exactly, but what I'm imagining is like a one of like a button down like olive drab shirt with like the short sleeves that cut like kind of halfway up the bicep.
Um,
You know what I'm talking about? They're kind of
you can.
form fitting.
I will say you're in dress uniform right now, which means you got like the jacket and the khakis on.
Okay. Well, no khakis for me.
Right. Sorry, it's just for everyone
I
else.
just have like a little khaki sidewall or something that throw
Painted
on.
khaki sidewalk. Yeah.
That's what I'm wearing. You know, if it's a dress uniform thing, man, I've got that going. I've got a pretty military cut, but like not quite the buzz cut, but where it's like parted pretty sharp
Yeah.
to one side, like that. And it just it sticks just a little bit out to the side, you know, like there's like a half an inch that's parting from the edge of my crown, you know, just pop. And yeah, I just like kind of bound out of the back. Like there's a little bit of a sink of the truck's shocks as my lower tank treaded half, you know, which is about a like, I want to say like 3 foot front to back at most, as far as the floor space that I take up. And so it pushes down, and I jump out of the truck and easily just land on the ground and looking relatively soft as if I have some sort of good shock suspension under my torso. And and yeah, I wheel up, give him a salute.
All right. The cadet that had placed the ramps for you at the edge of the truck just kind of falters backwards when you bound out of it. picks himself up from the stones, dusts himself off, and goes back to the front of the truck.
Thank you, son.
Your
Yeah.
name was what again, Bobby?
Douglas Pitt.
So, first thing I need to know, what is my rank in the British military? What division am I part of? Am I like SAS, SIS, MI5? Do you know that?
I don't know the British military ranks very well. I'll have to go look that up and get back to you. But right now, you're considered part of the Devil Dogs unit, and you are given the rank of sergeant. Everyone,
Okay,
everyone currently
that'll
in the
do.
squad has the rank of sergeant.
That'll do. So, a rather average built human with a shaggy, but like not too long, like kind of relatively short but shaggy, mouse brown hair, kind of a pointed nose, and a tapering chin that also comes to a point, steps out. His dress jacket is off and slung over his shoulder, held up by a couple of fingers, and his long sleeved dress uniform is rolled up to the elbows, and he just kind of looks around, takes in the scenery. Sergeant Vintner, and nods to the man who is meeting them.
The man that you are meeting has insignia indicating that he is a second lieutenant. He eyes the group of you and ends on Sergeant Ventnor and kind of gives you a cock of the head and says, "Normally, the proper greeting is a salute, and I would like to see you in your proper uniform next time. But I'll let it slide. We're just getting to know each other, and you just had a long plane ride. So how about you boys meet me inside, and we'll go over what's to come. My name is Lieutenant Delgado, and we'll be talking more once the rest of the group is assembled."
Vintner will go stiff, click his heels together, and give the most formal salute he can muster.
The
Sir!
Yeah, the lieutenant nods approvingly and salutes you back before he walks off.
That one's a bit stiff, don't you think?
Shrugs, follows after.
Might say he's stuck up higher than the light pole.
Right on. Let's get on with it then, lad.
All right. You guys enter the estate, and sure enough, it has nice hardwood floors and very nice rugs that go along with it. So the treads track in a good amount of dust, and there's not much we can do about that. That's for the help to worry about. The rugs are red, the curtains are red. It's got a nice stained wood on the sides of the walls to go with the almost seemingly crushed velvet wallpapers that they have lining the, I was about to call it an apartment, the manor. Something you know about this estate, Sergeant Ventnor, is that this is someplace you're going to become very familiar with in the coming months because this is your designated fallback point for full moons. That is why they have the fences that are so tall, barbed, and facing inward. You and
Have I
several
not been here before then?
uh in your previous life you might have come here for some reason, but you just know that this is going to be the place you're going to be frequenting.
Gotcha.
You are directed to the left. To the right, apparently, is private quarters for sleeping. But to the left is the common area where there is a staircase heading to the second story, a board that has a series of operational documents posted to it, and another doorway leading off to yet another left that is a common lounge area with a sort of small bar set up in uh, its vicinity. Lieutenant Delgado goes and stands near the board and seems to confer with some other lieutenants and sergeants in the area about some information, but he isn't regarding you anymore at this moment.
Were we given the at ease order?
More or less, he dismissed you.
Oysters.
So is there like a mini bar?
Yeah, it's not really a mini bar. It's like a bar. There's a dude there that is preparing glasses. He's in a little uniform.
About a pint of Guinness night.
He knows I can do that, and he'll go over to one of the levers behind the bar and start pouring.
Other than that, I guess we're just gonna wait for the higher ups to say something higher up.
Yep. Pitt, do you
Unless
need
you got
anything?
anything you want to do, Bobby.
Guinness. The hell's that?
Oh, mate, get your treads over here. Have a pint with me.
I roll up to the bar, and I'm like I get to the bar, and it's like at my chest level, and then there's like a whirring sound, and I like telescope up a little bit, and so I'm like close. I can put my elbow on the bar.
2 then, right?
2 right.
Oh,
All right. He finishes pouring one glass and puts it on the counter and goes to get another one and pour a second glass. And shortly, you both have a pint in front of you.
ooh-wee.
We are already familiar with ourselves as a group, correct?
You guys were signed together for the first time before you got on the plane. You are not all too familiar with one another just yet.
We've never worked
would
together.
Not yet. This would be your first mission.
Would I know Pitt as Rift, or do I just call him Pitt?
Guess that's
You
up to
probably
you.
just call me Pitt at this point.
Okay.
Like I call you. I was gonna call you Ventnor.
You'd call me Gus. That's how I'd introduce myself. So, Pitt, what do you make of all this? Pitt, fancy, don't you think?
Well, actually, I was gonna say, you boys sure get up to it over here, huh?
Yeah, we're
It's
a
a
long
nice
shot.
place.
We're a long shot from the London industrial area I'm used to. This is a bit posh for my taste, but hey, each his own, right?
You can say that again. And I start to drink some of the Guinness, and if you're very perceptive, you'll see that I'm shocked but hiding it. Because I'm like, what the fuck? I've never drank a beer like this at all.
Bit heavy on the front end, ain't it? You get used to it though.
Whew. Whew. That's that's a that's a meal there. That's something. It's like
I'll also walk up to the bar.
Hello, sir. Hi, sir.
I'm going to order. Chad doesn't drink, so Chad doesn't know alcohol. Lagoon orders something that's extremely herbal plus anchovy paste.
The poor lad behind the bar is slack-jawed for a moment, looking at you, and then notices the faces of your 2 comrades not being weird about it, and decides to act like it's normal too. He was warned about this.
Just give him a bit of caviar; it'll be all right.
He winds up
If
serving
you have
you.
caviar, I will take caviar.
He nods and will go to the ice tin. He winds up giving you something in a small bowl of a glass. It's gin. And he gives you a plate of caviar with some crackers.
All right. I'll settle in and I'll settle in and dig in.
Do you have a specific name, Chad, that your character would go by, or are we just calling you Lagoon?
Until you get to know me better, you can call me Sergeant Lagoon.
Nah, I'll just call you Lagoon. I'm not calling you Sergeant since that's the same rank as me, right?
Oh, well, sure, I guess.
Call you Goonie.
Okay.
I
Gonna
was
bite
thinking Goonie too. That's so funny that you said that. Like I was thinking I'm gonna call him Goonie. See if that works.
That does not work. That's totally disrespectful.
You'll get used to it.
Obviously, I'm going to have to file a report about this.
As you 3 are commensurating at the bar, a familiar face walks in. Each of you has individually had an interview with the woman that follows in, wheeling a trunk. Her name is Marcy Page, and she's the warrant officer of your squad, which to each of you, you recognize as the technician who is in charge of, air quotes, maintaining Institute technology, which is the very dry way of saying she's here to make sure you don't come back broke or get lost.
She got a rank, or she's civilian?
She is a warrant officer. She is technically your superior.
Yeah, trying to figure how because technically warrant officer is NCO, but it is higher rank. Yeah, okay, it's higher rank. So he won't salute, but Vintner will, like kind of nod over, give a half cocked, like Indiana Jones style grin at her, and it's like, "Oh, you made it. Join us for a drink, love."
Certainly. Well, let's see here. We've got Guts, we've got Goons, and we've got Rift all at the bar together. Isn't this a sight? I was sure you three would hit it off. We'll find a
Big
place
old
for it.
party going on right here.
I assume that you've all already met Lieutenant Delgado.
Oh yeah, right, lovely chap.
Right. I'll go introduce myself. I missed the introduction, but I'll let you know when things are about to get underway. I'll also go find some of our rooms, since I guess we'll be here for the evening.
Appreciate the effort.
And she wheels her trunk over to the collection of what would be brass over by the board in the other room.
So what do you make of this, Goonie? Seems kind of strange that we haven't received a briefing yet.
It's Lagoon, and I suspect that we're being prepped for bad news. It seems a little too, and he like waves one hand or finned hand around, a little too nice for what I expected a unit like ours to be involved in. So I can only imagine that it's the upside of the beginning for the downslide.
Well, that's an astute enough observation, I suppose. All I know is this house we're in, it's one of those houses designated for when certain things go bad.
About that moment, you guys hear the front door open again, and the sounds of several boots come marching up the wooden planks into the house, and you see an entire company of soldiers walk into the building. Several sergeants, a few corporals, and a lot of private first class all march in. You recognize them as members of the Institute. You might have seen some of their faces around. Vetner, you recognize one or three of them as fellow werewolves. You become rather tight knit in the conditions that you were brought up in. So
Yeah.
yeah, some polite nods are exchanged, but as the group walks in, Lieutenant Delgado acknowledges the group as a whole and then waves over to you three at the bar and says, "All right, let's get this started. Grab a chair."
I will make a show of putting my official jacket on and buttoning it up and walk over and take a chair.
I'll bring myself over there.
I also go and, I mean, I'll dump the rest of the caviar down my gullet and then follow after.
You guys all grab a chair. You know, the house is nice, but the chairs creak a bit. On the board in front of you, in big letters at the top, is a stenciled in word that says Operation Mudhole. All right, boys and girls. I'm Lieutenant Delgado. This is Operation Mudhole. We're going to be talking about a hard water facility that has been overrun with Nazi forces in Trelleborg, Sweden. And then he indicates several images on the board, as well as a couple of files that are being handed out to you guys for the mission briefing. And he says, "These surveillance images are courtesy of the RAF stationed in Sweden. Sweden has the benefit of neutrality, which comes with a kiss and a curse of having the Third Reich casually strolling on your soil. The attached image shows the misfortune of when those deals go sideways. The primary facility has a radio station installation that's on location and is a recent addition since the plant, or since the occupation. It appears they have started construction on something out in the woods near the plant, but the cameras are having a hard time identifying what that is. Connected by a road to the harbor, or connected by a road is the harbor and intake facility on the waterfront. And finally, running away from the hard water plant towards the nearest town of Trelleborg is a public road. Military personnel are stationed at each location with heaviest traffic located at the waterfront. It's unknown what is waiting at the woodland site, but it's estimated that one squad is holding down the radio station, while several more are squatting the factory as it operates. Most importantly, guys, this is not a scorched earth mission. We need to know what they're doing at this plant and why. We need answers. Try not to cause any explosions. Plan as it sits right now. One team will go for the radio tower and cut communications. Another squad will make its way to the private road leading between the plant and the harbor. We'll cut down trees to ensure that no vehicles will be joining the party. That squad will then hold down this position, and the final squad and the radio tower team will enter Mudhole itself. Once we have everything we need and the building is cleared, we will investigate what's at the woodland site. Anyone have any questions?
Bentner will raise his hand.
Yeah, Fetner.
Second lieutenant. Do we know what their supply lines are like? How well dug in are they?
They don't look like they're terribly well dug in. It does not seem that they've built like on location barracks or the ilk. They're likely holding up inside the hard water plant itself. If they are held up anywhere, it'd be in the woods or at whatever the woodland construction is. But that being said, it seems that everything out in the open that we can see seems that they are just guarding the facility. There might be a U-boat presence. It's hard to tell.
And you said the largest portion is on the waterfront, with the second largest portion in the warehouse, correct?
Yeah, most of their forces seem to be stationed at the harbor waterfront. From the foot traffic that we've been able to identify from the Swedish forces, it seems like there is a good amount of shift changing going on between the people who are inside of the hard water facility and those who are down at the harbor.
How would you like us to engage, sir? We're, of course, sparing the landscape, but what about the enemy? Are we taking prisoners or not?
Prisoner exfiltration will be difficult, but if we manage to take a prisoner, they'll definitely have answers. So feel free to take a prisoner or two. We don't need much more than that. We'll be going
Understood.
we'll be going in under the cover of night and with the aid of Swedish forces, but the Swedish forces will not be joining you in the actual fighting. They're just there to make sure you get to the right place. They'll help you get out too, but you can have to rendezvous with them in the forest once the mission's done.
Understood.
Any other questions? A sergeant from the general group that walked in earlier raises his hand. Delgado says, "Yeah, nightly," and he asks, "Right. So, what are we gonna need on this mission? What are our supplies?" And you guys already know this, but for them, he lets them know it's like, you're gonna be taking the toolkit, cloth and rollable. This is primarily for the radio group. If the radio group fails to execute their part of the plan, then someone else is going to need to do it. So you're all getting a radio kit. You're all getting skis to navigate the snow. These are provided by the Swedish forces. You're all going to be issued 2 tandem saws. These are strictly for the group that are going to be cutting the trees on the private road leading to the harbor. You're all each going to be issued a commando carbine rifle. This is a experimental rifle that has been developed by British forces. It is, I'll be honest with you boys, it looks like a fucking muffler, but this thing just makes a plink when you pull the trigger. It is amazingly quiet. You're also going to be issued these HDM high standard pistols, and he hoists up what looks to be just it's a strange looking pistol with a barrel extension on it that looks to be a silencer for those of us that are in the know. But to those at the time, it'll be a very strange contraption. The gun itself is also shaped kind of oddly. The closest thing I can compare it to is a Walther, but as he explains, these guns are target pistols that have been modified for quiet approach. Similar to the commando carbines, these things don't make any noise practically when you pull the trigger. Stealth is our best asset on this mission, as we're going to be greatly outnumbered in the field. So if we can manage to cut off the forces at the harbor from the water treatment facility long enough to even out those numbers, that'll be just keen, guys. Right. Any other questions?
Come on, Bobby. I know you got something.
Well, out of character, there's just something I'm not sure if I misheard you or what.
Okay.
But like whenever you were first giving us the mission, it seemed to imply that we would be trying to avoid engaging with the enemy, but like everything else makes it seem like we would have to take out everybody there. And that, like, whenever they said that we don't want scorched earth, like, I felt like that was saying, like, we shouldn't do it that way. But so I'm just a little, I'm not sure if I misunderstood or if it's intentional.
Delgado will clarify with you that the mission, basically, they don't want you to detonate this plant. They still want the plant. The plant is Swedish. The Swedish use the plant. They just want the Nazi forces out of the plant.
Oh,
It's kind of a liberation.
well, well, I think we can help you out with your Nazi problem. Ain't no thing. Let's
Yeah,
do this.
there likely needs to be Nazi eliminations, which is why you've been given the guns. You are going to have to clear them out. Most of this mission is more or less just to stagger the amount of forces you're going to have to fight at once.
All right, now looking at this map here, the black line coming up the center. What is that?
That'd be the public road leading the trail board.
Hmm. Okay, now are we entering from the east?
You are going to be entering from, well, from the city of Trelleborg, but you're going to be traveling through the woods of the Swedish forces. So somewhere southwest, I would say. Team that will be taking the tandem
I
saws will
see.
have to cross the street at some point.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get it. Let's get to it.
Right. If there's no other questions, then you guys have the evening to study these dossiers. We will be leaving at first light in the morning. Well, no, sorry. We'll be leaving at sunset, I believe. Hold on. Brent has to do math. Early afternoon. Because it's going to be getting later the further you go towards Sweden. So you'll be leaving mid-afternoon. Well, the plane is departing mid-afternoon. You're probably going to have to leave at lunch to get to the airport. Okay. So one more time with 100% clarity, you guys are leaving at lunch tomorrow to get on an airplane to go to Sweden in a night mission. Is that clear?
By lunch, do you mean 1200?
Yes. 1200 hours. My continuity. What have I done?
Crystal, Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, sorry.
He salutes you. Everyone clicks their heels and departs. You guys have the evening to yourselves to either mingle or prepare or talk to any of the NPCs you want to talk to.
Hurry up and wait, eh, Bittner?
You guys are part of a squad. Each company has 3 squads or more. You are going to be traveling with 3 squads in this mission. A lot of them are going to be privates, some of them are going to be sergeants. The sergeants are likely going to be people that you know from the Institute. There's also going to be 2 other warrant officers on the mission with you, in addition to Marcy Page.
Who is choosing our tactics?
You guys are in charge of choosing your tactics. The lieutenant has given you the overall mission briefing. It's kind of up to you guys which mission you want to volunteer for.
Well, I felt like it would be best carried out in sequence whenever you were describing it. Like the way you were describing it, if I know what these icons on the screen are, made me feel that the first thing we needed to do is infiltrate quietly through the forest and not attracting any attention, and then cutting down the trees to block the road to the water plant and the harbor.
Correct.
It's a much wider road, and there's 2 roads. We'd have to cut down trees to block both roads.
Well, okay. The Nazi occupational force is not occupying Trelleborg itself. It's occupying the plant. So if you want to cut down trees to block off that road, totally doable. You can totally make that call. You can. Don't think that this is like the very literal interpretation of what's there. This is just to give you an idea of the space. The photographs will let you know that cutting down trees along the private road that runs between the water plant and the harbor can be blocked off. The idea is basically to keep vehicles from going between these locations. If infantry are moving between these locations, that's what the squads stationed at the trees are for. They're going to be doing battle with the infantry.
Do we know our assignment yet?
Bobby was just asking about that, and it's kind of up to you guys. If you want to volunteer to be the radio team, you can be the radio team. If you want to volunteer to be the tandem saw team and defend the road from the harbor, you can do that. If you want to be the team or just the team that doesn't fuck with the radio but just goes into the water treatment plant, then you can do that.
What was your preference, Bobby?
I don't have one. I was just kind of trying to understand the overall objectives and the dynamics of the field.
Chad?
My preference would be to go into the facility itself. Though Bobby was talking about it, the impression I got from what Bobby was talking about was that we would do each element in succession. But if we are not, we are just relying on the team, then I would hope that we would just go in.
Like you want to be part of the main thing, whatever the main thing is.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I'm good with that.
I am mostly interested in the intelligence gathering portion, which is, according to my duty. So,
well, isn't that the radio tower though?
The radio tower. I thought the radio tower was to stop information coming in and out, not like gathering.
You don't think you could be? Yeah, right. Okay.
The radio tower is a communications post. It's to alert people around the base. It's a security thing, but it can also alert, Nazi forces in general. It could be that there's intelligence there. Bobby has a point. It is a communications post.
Well, and I was thinking that we would want to quietly infiltrate that first, but based on what you said since then, I don't know if it really matters that much.
Is
Doesn't seem like it does.
Is the radio tower the little circle in the top left?
No, the radio tower is a small circle in the same clearing as the water treatment plant.
Do we know what the circle in the top left is?
That is the woodland construction site. They don't know what that is.
Okay. Chad, would you be interested in doing the radio tower and then making our way towards the woodland construction site to gather intelligence there? Because that might line up with my sabotage duty.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Oh, if they're building something there and you could fuck it up.
If we're allowed to move, if we're allowed to basically assist with each element, then by all means, let's do so. Especially if if they're using us as a independent group within the company. It seems appropriate that we would lend our expertise to multiple levels of the mission.
So how about this, Brent? We go at the radio tower with one other team. Once we silence the radio tower, we leave the other team there to defend it, and then we move on to the woodland construction site.
The mission that they want you to follow is to pick one of these tasks and run it down because they want to clear the hard water facility.
Okay.
Once as they said in the mission briefing, once you have cleared the hard water facility, then the units, once again reunited after you clear the harbor, basically, will then go to the woodland construction site because it's the unknown. However, I don't want to tell my players no, so I'm trying to think of a way to do this.
No. We're playing military, so if you want to be military, we'll do that. So how about we clear the radio tower, and then we wait for the other teams to, give the all clear. Then we lead the charge into the final destination.
Yeah, and just so you don't feel left out here, he did say that radio tower team and the and the third squad will be entering the hard water facility together.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, you just need to disable the radio station, so no one can
I
use
think
it.
I think that one's really important so that they can't call for reinforcements or whatnot. So I think
Exactly.
we should do that.
Are y'all in agreement?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to do tonight before you set off?
Was that everything that's in the dossier?
Yep. Unless you have any
Okay.
other questions. The dossier is more or less what he talked about. So if you have any questions about the mission, examining the dossier is a good way to get me to explain anything I left out.
I feel pretty good. Bobby's asked his questions. You got anything, Chad?
I do not. I'm ready to go.
All right. You guys head out at 1200 hours from the estate. You had your early lunch and you have your road snacks for the plane. You are given cold weather attire and you were issued your rifle, your pistol. You have your K-bar already and all your other standard equipment. The toolkits are given out and the tandem saws are issued. No one in the group is issued a tandem saw. You guys are they definitely make sure that you guys each have a toolkit, and you are under the cover of night flown into Sweden. Once there, you met up with the Swedish forces. Once you guys meet up with the Swedish forces, they swiftly take you on location to the site. The forest is dark. It is lit by a quarter moon in the sky, the stars twinkling above, and the pale moonlight reflecting off of all the snow that is covering the trees and the ground of the forest. Your boots crunch softly, and your skis slide gently over the powder. Bobby, you can keep up just as well. You are a motorized man with all-weather tires, effectively, and they lead you to the staging ground for this mission. Squad 1 is you guys. You are taken by a scout one direction as you start breaking up into your groups. You watch as Squad 2 is going to be traveling with you and waiting nearby. Squad 3 is a larger squad and is being directed by a final scout and will go their direction to cross the street. You are led approximately 100 feet from the edge of the tree line, where the Swedish scout crouches down in position with his suomi and gives you guys all a salute and a nod and holds position.
Guten Tag. Or, sorry, Donka. That's the word. What kind of perimeter have they got set up around the radio tower? Are we talking like floodlights?
There are
How
some
many
floodlights.
patrols do we see?
There are some floodlights. There's one pointed directly on the radio tower, and the one from the radio tower pointed at the building. There is no one patrolling outside of the building right now. There is a squad stationed around the radio tower. You can see the red lights blinking on the building itself as the antenna ascends skyward towards the stars. Looking at the water treatment or the hard water plant, you can see that all the lights are on the inside, and there are a few hats and helmets you can see passing by windows on the inside. But it seems to be foggy for the most part. You can watch as a few soldiers are wiping the windows with their sleeves to try and keep the condensation from blocking their view, but struggling with it. You can look to your right down the tree line, and if you look hard enough, you can see that the other squad is crossing the road and approaching the secondary forest they have to march through to get to their tree cutting objective. Based on, well, this is a perfect example for perception or survival to get you any more details about what you see at the scene. This is going to be average with a setback and a boost dice. So 2 diamonds, a blue, and a black, plus whatever your survival or perception is. 2 successes, and then 1 success, 1 advantage. So the people who succeeded, 1 success, 3 threats. Okay. So people who are successful, you notice that there is a ring of footsteps that go around the building. There may be a unit on patrol right now that is out of sight and can't be seen that is patrolling the building. Bobby, you can declare something with one advantage, but Lagoon, three threats, means that your biology is having a bad reaction to this harsh, cold weather, at least for now. It's adjusting. You're going to have a setback on the next action you take.
Oh, goody. Obviously, I'll have to get some requisition, some insulating uniform for the next time we're out in the freezing cold.
Or your body might just have to adapt. Bwomp, bwomp, bwomp.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Okay, so there's potentially one unseen patrol. There are men stationed outside the building. How many did you say?
2.
Two. That's what I thought. Can we tell where the lights are being powered from? Is there like a generator running, or is it running to a like a generator room somewhere off site
There
through
is
cables?
there is a generator powering the radio station you can see from the outside. Uh, there are cords on the sides of the hard water facility that are just connected in the wall and run inside. There are power lines as a whole running to this facility, and there is a what looks to be like some sort of power station out back of the water treatment plant. That black dot is where the power station is.
Okay, so closer than I was thinking. What do you think, guys? Should we try to turn the lights out before we mount our assault?
We should make sure that they don't have a backup generator somewhere.
Um, was that part of the plan? Like, what if our people are counting on the power being on, like the other teams? We don't want to throw a variable in on them. I could probably turn the power to the tower off.
I think that would be to all of our advantage if we could do that. But we need to do it relatively quick because we do need to get things in motion, right?
Well, well, Brent, I mean, I feel like that's the sort of thing I would be doing.
Sure.
It's like technical stuff like that.
Sure.
And so
Yeah.
my question to you is, do I know if I could like just turn the power off to the radio tower?
The radio tower seems to be powered by a generator that's running on the side of the building. So signs point to yes. However, that is currently being guarded by 2 Nazi guards, and you see the third unseen one that is coming around the back corner now towards you guys. Seems to be just smoking a cigarette and taking a lazy stroll around with his MP40 cradled in his arms.
Okay, and we are hidden in the woods, right?
Correct.
And I relay this information to Vintner. I have a question.
Uh-huh.
So where is the other patrol?
Uh, there is not another patrol. Okay, so you see 3 guards
The
outside.
ring of footsteps. Do we
Yeah,
locate the source of that?
yeah, that's the last guy I mentioned, the one that just rounded the back
Okay,
corner.
got it. Thank you.
Will his path, does it look like it'll come near enough the tree line that we could kind of silently take him down and drag him into the trees?
Uh, I'd say you could get him close enough to maybe draw him in, but you need to be careful because if he leaves blood, there is snow everywhere.
Good point. So 3 of them, 3 of us. How about we just, like see how well these, like muffler cannons we got work, and try to take them out all in one go then.
I would like to point out that a snapped neck does not leave blood.
Yeah, it depends on how you snap it, but that is a good point.
Also a good point.
Well, I mean, if we can take one down before we engage the other two, I think that's advantageous.
All right. You guys will wait for him to walk around the building until he's closer to you, and you can see that the footpath that he's taking in the snow brings him about 20 feet from the edge of the forest. How would you like to draw him in?
I make an animal call, like from back home when we used to hunt.
Do
Ooh,
you
what
have
kind of animal?
A Do they have small birds here? You know, like
surely,
turkeys and shit.
surely, but who knows if it's the same bird call?
No, it doesn't even matter. Listen,
No,
it
it
doesn't
don't.
even matter. I do a turkey call.
All right. He is immediately confused and turns in the direction of the sound. Do you have deception or survival as a skill? You know what? I'll even
No.
let you use charm in this case.
Oh, I wish. I wish that that were a thing that mattered. I
All right.
don't have anything. I have coercion. I have
Ooh.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't even have that. I just have a 3 in the relevance, you know.
Okay.
Um,
You know what? If you guys want to flip a story point, I'll say that that animal call is good enough to lure him to the tree line without needing to roll.
okay.
I'm good with that, Bobby. Go ahead and flip that story point.
Do I click this white one?
Yeah.
Uh, Done. I did it.
See if it updates. I might have to do it.
And I'm not the guy to like snap the neck. I don't think
I
that's
don't
not
think so.
really my wheelhouse. Just so y'all know.
Oh, I'll do that.
I think you got 2 volunteers to do that. Okay, he is at the edge
I
of the
like the
woods.
way Chris said, I'll do that.
This is going to be a brawl
Nice.
check.
I'm good at that.
It's going to be average difficulty, so 2 purples.
By sheer numbers, I don't need it, but this is really important. So, yeah, sure, fuck it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and. Oh, yeah, you did it. All right. Whoo! That's a good roll.
And he was never heard from again.
Yeah.
3 successes, 3
He just
advantage.
slides right into the nearest snowy embankment and just, that's it.
What is your brawn?
My brawn is 4.
4 plus 3, 7. Yeah, that'll do it on the dot. Plus 3 advantages.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I want.
you lunge out. How do you take this dude out?
Oh, that fool! He comes in here thinking, like, what the hell? What kind of bird is that? I do not know this bird. And like, then he kind of steps to the edge of the tree line. Next thing he hears is this low rumbling, and then I reach out lightning fast, pull him in with one arm into this, like sleeper hold almost, while I bring the other arm around, grab him by the jaw, and just jerk his head sideways. Crack, and then he is easily disposed into a snowdrift that will not thaw out for at least 6 months.
Well, there you have it. How do you want to spend your advantages?
I want to spend my advantages that one of the other guards gets confused and starts looking for his friend after he hears that noise of the bird call, and he starts walking this way as well, kind of, like a little more alert. I'll give him alert, but like he's walking this way now too.
Yeah, he's following the new fresh tracks that his friend has made in the snow, just out of the floodlight on the side of the building, and he's approaching to investigate this time.
You want this one, Goonie?
Sure, let me give it a go. Does that use up all of his advantage, Brent? Could he lend me a boost die?
I would gladly give him a boost die if that's possible.
I think that's going to use up all your advantage. That's a pretty big ask, but it's a pretty sick narrative.
Hey, I was gonna say I'd do it if like I could, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with the result of that advantage.
That's unfortunate because I haven't made another roll since the cold disadvantage die was applied to me. So I'll be adding disadvantage to my roll. What is the difficulty?
The
And
difficulty.
are we doing brawl?
Yes, this is brawl.
Okay.
If you want, you could use melee if you want to stab him. But if you want to break his neck without blood, then yeah, it's gonna be brawl. It's gonna be 2 purple because it's average because it's an engaged melee check, and you're adding 1 setback dice. You're not adding a disadvantage, you're adding a setback dice. Straight wash. You do not manage to successfully break his neck. In fact, you reach out to try and grab him, and because he's alert, he manages to reel backwards away from your hand before you get drawn in the bush.
Bro.
Hell shit.
Before he shouts, we're gonna roll initiative.
Okay, cool.
All right, Rip, you won. Take this guy out.
That's insane.
1 second.
I quick draw on him. I shoot him with my silenced pistol.
Damn straight you do.
Give me 1 second, guys. The NPC has not rolled his initiative yet.
No, don't let him roll. Let me roll.
Yeah, did you got a roll for Marcy Page on there?
That's for Marcy Page. That's not for the NPC.
Marcy Page isn't here.
Marcy Page is here. She travels with you on your missions.
I didn't know that.
Yep, she's in the field with you.
We should have let her distract the guards.
Okay, so I'm gonna give 1 PC slot before the NPC, and then the rest of you guys can act. So who wants to make the 1 act before this dude says anything?
I mean, Rip was
shoot him.
ready.
Shoot him with my silenced pistol.
Okay, it's gonna be Rift. That is a ranged light attack roll.
At this point, you might as well spend that last story point.
You're only rolling against 1 purple though.
Okay, so straight roll, 1 purple. That's what I've got here.
You're rolling ranged light. If that's your ranged light roll.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
Ooh, buddy. Let's take a look at the high point HTM real quick.
Headshot, buddy.
It can crit on 2. Its damage is 5. Oh, and it has accurate 1. That was a weapon quality for it. Roll 1 more boost dice.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. So you can hit him for 8 damage and just straight kill him, or you could crit him twice and straight kill him because this is a minion. There's a lot you could do to this dude and makes it very unfortunate for him, but tink.
I'm thinking that it's just super kind of cold where Lagoon goes out to do his thing. It doesn't quite work, and I immediately quick draw, and it's like we just hear that, and the guy's dead.
All right.
Like it's just like
Okay.
a Western.
So
you know,
you have fired a bullet. It has not made enough sound to alert anybody, but you did wound this man. What do you want to declare with your 4 advantages?
I've got an idea if you're struggling, Bobby.
Go ahead. What do you got?
I mean, it's really fucking cold out here, and blood's thicker than water, so it's gonna take like a while for that shit to start dripping, right?
Go on.
No, that's it. Like we can get him out of the floodlight before the blood starts falling.
Yeah, he came into the woods.
He's at the edge of the woods. You guys reached out
Yeah.
into the woods to try and grab him.
And
you did shoot towards the area that we're trying to avoid getting blood splattered in. So if the bullet goes through him, it's going to splatter out behind him, and we don't want.
Oh, it's not going to go through him. That would be crazy. I shoot him perfectly. It's an amazing shot, and yeah, no worries on that. How much do you want it to cost for him to fall deeply enough in the woods that his blood doesn't spill out beyond what is covered? Or we could just kick snow on top of it.
I would
It's whatever.
say two to have him fall into the bush.
I mean, we could just kick snow all over it and it'd
You
be
could,
fine.
you could.
That's Yeah, we'll just do that, whenever he falls. But I mean, I can't personally kick snow, but I could like arrange myself by him and sort of spin my treads,
Talk
I
about
guess.
talk about subtle.
But if y'all want to just take care of the kicking, that's cool too. It's whatever.
So for
Um,
two advantages, he falls face first into the bush, just as little boots are sticking out, but there's no blood falling out yet.
I drag him in.
And we get a nice close up of the boots disappearing into the bush.
okay, now if I can get to that generator there on the side of the building, I can shut the power down on this tower.
You guys got one
We
guard
got
left.
one guard left. That's if we take him out, we don't need to turn the lights out anymore.
Well, no, the place is full of guys. The
The
tower?
not the radio tower. That's the water treatment plant.
Well, yeah, but the radio tower, we saw helmeted heads going by the windows and stuff.
Of the hard water plant.
That was just in there. That wasn't
Yeah.
in the.
The radio station
Nice.
is small. You might have like one or two guys inside.
Sweet. You want to keep one of them for a prisoner?
I would
Were y'all
say
still
it's
wanting
a
to get
bit
a prisoner?
premature to be. I would say it's a bit premature to be taking prisoners. But if we're going to take prisoners, we should probably take somebody from the final destination. The special construction camp that we're going to be invading once everything else is done, because they would probably know more.
There might not be anybody over there. A bird in the hand, you know.
Right now, we
But
don't need any
whatever you think.
liabilities that are likely to scream and alert anybody. So
I'm honestly fine either way. Like even if we don't get a prisoner, I thought that was y'all's thing that y'all wanted.
I'm going to the first guy that we did. I'm going to strip him and put his uniform on over mine.
Okay.
oh, are you going to go out there?
Yes.
Nice. I will ready my carbine and cover him from the tree line.
All right. I love this gimmick. You're going incognito, and you are where are you walking?
I will attempt to walk so that the light is behind me, so the guy cannot get a proper look at my face. I'm in shadow, and add my gray skin on top of that just makes me more difficult to see in the dark.
Okay, so you want to approach him. This last
Yeah,
guard next to the radio shed. Okay.
yeah.
He
Uh,
he looks at you. Process.
and I'm like hugging myself because it's obviously cold.
Uh-huh.
But I will gesture for him to step closer to me once I get up close to him.
Was ist los? And he takes a few steps closer, taking a drag from his cigarette.
Yeah, and as he takes that drag on the cigarette and it lights up my face, I'm going to attack him.
Okay, with what?
My brawl.
Okay. If I may throw out a suggestion,
Uh,
someone can shoot out the floodlight.
I'm mostly worried that if we do that, we might alert somebody in the treatment plant because it's close enough they would see it, right?
Yeah, it's a very valid concern. I'm just letting you guys know that is a possibility.
That's the main reason I didn't
you'll-
start with that.
Okay.
yeah,
Uh,
that was my thinking too.
okay. I'm glad you guys thought of it. Your brawl check is your brawl skill plus the difficulty of average, just 2 purple.
Flip that last one if you need to make this count.
Whoo! What is your brawn?
3.
Okay. This is where it's going to get dicey because he has a health of 5 and a soak of 2. He has 1 health left.
I take a shot.
And it's going to be a tricky shot.
I take a tricky shot then.
Okay.
This is with the carbine. That counts as heavy weapon, right?
Correct. You are going to be taking a average shot. It's going to be upgraded to 1 red because it's engaged with your friend. So it's going to be 1 red and 1 purple.
All right. And since nobody else has done it yet, I will flip the last white one.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Just
that'll
so,
give
you know,
me.
just so you know, Chris, when we flip those white ones, that gives him an entire row of black ones to flip back on us.
It does, but we need this guy to go down quietly and quickly. And let's see how unlucky my day can get. Hey,
3
Nice.
successes flat. That is more than enough damage to kill this man. And no despair, so you don't shoot the wrong guy. Chad, you're going to take 2 strain from the shock on your face when you didn't outright kill this man and the sinking feeling in your chest when the bullet just rips through him from the side.
I don't know how well you can see in the dark, but as you turn around, I wink at you.
There is now definitely blood in the snow.
All right, come on, Treads. Let's get inside.
We go. I'm in stealth mode, so I quietly roll across the.
You shift a gear and a new hyper toothed gear is engaged. The RPMs are up, but the noise that your machinery makes has been decreased.
Yes. Yeah, and we just roll on up, I guess, right?
Roll
Just
up
go
How about
straight for the door.
roll up to the Radio Shack.
we busting in, or we want to try Goonie's trick again? You go in first, and then we cover you.
Are you saying you want me to go first?
No, I'm asking if Lagoon wants to go in first since he's
Oh,
still wearing
sorry.
a uniform.
Oh, good idea.
Hey, do we speak German?
Uh, if you do, now's a good time to declare it.
I will declare that I speak German.
Ja, mein Deutsch ist schlecht.
Nope.
All right,
I
you
don't
are.
speak Nazi.
All right, you're an industrial worker that's picked up good German. Gotcha.
No, that literally translates to my German is shit or
Uh,
bad.
oh, okay. So you don't speak it. You don't speak it. Chad does.
I took 2 semesters of that during my junior year, and I remember maybe like 50 words.
Relatable. Uh, okay, Chad. You took the classes at the institute that taught German.
Sounds good. I go to the door.
All right.
Or am I is it a door or is it well yeah, it's a door. The shack would be on the ground, right?
Yep.
All right. I'll walk over and basically I'm walking over to the door and seeing if there's commotion from the sound of the gunshot.
Uh, no. The gun was very quiet. It sounds like business as usual on the inside. The radio can be heard. Um, and they just seem to be muttering to each other, having a good time.
How many people does he see?
He can't see right now. He's just listening. The door
Oh,
is
okay.
solid.
I knock.
They stop talking and sit up.
I am directly beside the door, out of immediate line of sight when they open it, and I have my K-bar in one hand and the pistol in the other.
All right. Uh, the door opens up, and you see 2 guys in uh, cover. It's not coveralls, but trench coats, looking at you. The light from the inside pours out and covers your face, and you hear the dude that opened the door mutter "Guten Himmel," And yeah,
What does that mean?
uh, Father in heaven. He's swearing because he saw your face.
Okay, good. Uh, I will say in German, "The devil has come for you," and I will grab him and pull him out into the snow.
As he
And
does that, I will turn around the corner and fire at the other one, or stab it, whichever is closer.
Okay. Um. Hmm. Trying
hey,
to
Tank
decide.
Boy, is it Rift?
It's Rift.
We're
Uh,
calling him Pit right now
we
because
we
he
want
hasn't entered.
Rift. We want Rift to ram the door now that it's open. Because once his tank treads are in that door, they're not closing it again.
It's up to Rift. But I'm trying to decide if this is initiative action yet or not. But you've surprised them. So for now, we'll say that we're not in initiative. I'm going to go ahead and clear it.
So
Uh,
is the door so wide that I could be standing in it and the others could still pass through?
I would say no,
Or would I
actually.
be coming behind them?
You would be coming behind them. This is not a very large door.
Okay,
Uh,
I can do that.
Chad, go ahead and make your brawl check. Chris, go ahead and make your ranged light check if you're using the pistol. If you want to dive in
Gotcha.
with a knife, you can make your melee check.
I would like to dive in with the knife, actually.
Difficulty?
It's always going to be 2 for a melee check.
No setbacks.
No setbacks right now.
Hey,
No. Okay. Let's see here. For the K bar, your okay. You don't have Pierce to do. Your brawn is 4. Roll 2 advantages. That's not quite enough to crit with the K bar. So the dude that you stabbed is on his last legs, but he's alive. The one that you brawl checked, I think, has the same problem as last time. They're both on their last legs, but they're not dead, and you have 4 threats. 4 threats. Oh, I. It's not
To,
despair.
to be clear, I'm not trying to kill him. I want to take him alive.
Okay, well he's not unconscious either, but the
Okay.
clarification is important. So now I know, and I'm gonna have to give you 2 setbacks. I'm gonna give you 2 setbacks. No, you know what? I think that with 4 threats, your disguise is ruined, is what this comes down to. Like, you've got enough blood on it now between the 2 fights that you can no longer pass as an innocent German soldier. You're going to have to get a new disguise.
Oh no, it's not like I don't have a number of bodies to choose from, but
Well,
okay,
a lot of them are covered in blood now.
okay, that's fair.
Perhaps you'll find a coat hanging on a rack or something. You can pull over the damaged bits.
So we're going to do another initiative here. This is also going to be cool.
Still no vigilance.
Vigilance is for when you're being surprised. Okay, so this one's a NPC slot. We've got Rift Pit. I need Chad and I need Chris.
Oh, this is initiative?
Yeah. All right. You have 2 PC actions before the shit hits the fan. Or sorry, three PC actions before the shit hits the fan.
I'd like to stab my guy again.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they could both just take additional attacks on their guys, right?
Yeah.
All right. Hey.
Yeah, that's gonna be enough. Dead. 2 stabs. Shunk shunk.
And as I stick the second stab into him, I just do that thing where I put one finger over his lip and slowly lower him to the ground.
All right. Chad.
I do not succeed.
Okay. Rift, you got a shot here.
There's only 2 guys, right?
2 guys, yep, and he failed to kill his. Chad,
So
you
I
take 1 strike.
I can shoot him with my pistol, right?
Yep, you're gonna be rolling it 1 red though.
1 red.
Yeah,
What did I
because
ever do to you?
uh, Lagoon is engaged with this guy right
Oh,
now.
understood. Oh, is it 1 red and 1 purple?
No, just 1 red.
And any setback or
No
boost?
setbacks, but your gun has a quality of accurate 1, which means that you will be rolling an additional boost dice if you're firing with the pistol.
All right. So I've got I am. So I've got my ability roll, a single boost die and a red die. And here I go.
Nice.
2 successes. You kill that man. There is a pool of blood forming on the porch of this radio station.
And those are the only people inside this building.
Yep, it's a pretty tight quarters in here. Not
As
a
soon
not a very large
as
building.
as soon as the bogies are down, I am going to reach underneath the radio and begin pulling wires so that it no longer functions.
Wait. What? No. I
We are
mean, that's why
disabling the
we.
radio tower, and I feel like this is at least in some part sabotage.
Okay, so I'm just gonna flip a story point here and say that he does that before you can stop him, and he has disabled the radio station. Its power is still on, its floodlight's still working, but it's not going to be broadcasting anymore.
Fair enough.
All right, now we sit and wait for the other teams to do their thing.
You guys might want to do some cleanup.
Okay, fine. So
What, for the Swedes?
we'll drag
No,
we'll drag
there's
these
people from the out. There's people inside the hard water facility that could see the mess you're leaving.
Oh,
we'll
so
drag
they
these
haven't
two fuckers
assaulted that
inside.
yet.
We'll drag these two fuckers inside and we'll shove them underneath the radio panel so that they're, like kind of out of the way, but like we still got standing room, right?
Right.
And Rift can do his thing where like he spins in the snow and covers the blood with like snow.
Sure.
Seemed really into that idea. I want him to have that.
True.
Oh, I don't really care.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are in the radio station. Anything you want to do in the radio station?
Well, I mean, not if it's inoperable.
Well, we're pretty close to the treatment facility, so yeah, I
Is
want to
there
keep an ear out for like what's going on over there.
is the, okay, is this building just this room? Is there more to see?
It's just this room.
Okay, in this room there is the radio and communications equipment, right?
Right.
What else is there,
There are
if any?
there are documents lining the counter near the radio equipment that they were reading from and documenting.
Uh-huh. And are there any is there all any like recording equipment or anything?
Recording,
You know, like those big gray boxes with the giant reels on
right.
them?
I'm just trying to think if they would have it. I would say yes, they have recording equipment.
um, let's see. Okay, so we want intelligence and we want sabotage. We've done a little bit of sabotage. I wonder
We
if there's
might
any
have
more we
intelligence.
can do.
We might have intelligence. I'm going to pick up those documents and hand them to Lagoon since he's the only one that can read them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was trying to think of anything I could do to help him looking for that, but seems
All
like
right,
that's
so
the
I
extent of
I
it.
speak German. I probably read German. Let me go over to the documents and look through the documents and see what's relevant.
Okay. You look through it. A lot of this has to do with just like a lot of it's busy work, shift rotations, notations about the comings and goings of people on the base, shift changes. Like I said, there is useful information on here. Um, Information about where the troops came from. They came over on a U-boat. They came from a specific town in Germany. I think Danzig is the right one. You know that there is a lieutenant on base on location named Lieutenant Daufa. And there is mention of something called a Geistbombe.
That does not sound good. I will inform my companions of those two facts, and I'll give them a translation of what Geistbombe means.
Ghost bomb.
This lieutenant, he
Also,
seems to be the one in charge.
the loop. What did you say?
Uh, the Lieutenant Daufa. Lieutenant Daufa.
Yeah.
It's the German equivalent of lieutenant. Daufa
Okay.
is just his name.
Okay, just making sure. Um, I thought you were talking about loop, as in LOUP,
Nope.
and I was assuming it was those guys. Um, okay, so yeah, I'll stack that up and stick it in a duffel bag or gunny sack or whatever the hell we have, my backpack.
Sure. Yeah, get your intelligence.
Yeah, and get the recordings if I can pull them off and stick them in the storage units, which they probably have.
Scanning the recording equipment, you realize this is just more or less copying down daily announcements. There isn't really anything on the recordings that is pertinent to like taking out of here.
Okay, then I'll leave it there. Um, Good try though, Rift. It's a pity you guys ripped out the underpinnings of the radio tower. We could have sent out some disinformation, but whatever.
About that time, you guys get a clicking noise from your backpack as your walkie-talkies are being pinged.
We will push the button and listen. Say over.
Stage 1 is complete. Moving on to stage 2.
Meet at the rendezvous.
All right. So you guys know that stage 2 will mean that you and your squad 2 will be ingressing into the hard water plant.
We will move ourselves into the pre-assigned position.
All right. You guys have a front door to barge in.
Um. All right, Goonie. How about you go find a window, see if you can get eyes on how many people's in there, right?
Chad?
Sorry, say it again.
Would Lagoon? He seems to be our stealthy information gatherer. Would he be able to get up to a window and count heads of how many soldiers are inside?
Yeah, I can try. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm good at athletics. I could climb up there probably.
Cool.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. That's going to be climbing the sheer side of a building. I would say difficult. So hard athletics. Are you trying to look in the ground floor or are you trying to look in the higher floor?
I think I would try to look through the higher floor because I want to see down into it, and also I suspect that they would not be watching the upper windows as readily as the bottom windows.
Okay, then yeah.
Remind me what hard is.
3. No successes. One advantage though. You can't quite make it up to your higher window. There's just not enough finger holds for whatever the side of this building is made out of. It's cold. It's it's jagged. It's not something that is very feasible to climb, unfortunately. But you do have one advantage.
Can I use the advantage to identify a window that I could look through on the bottom floor that's less likely to be being watched?
Yes.
Good advantage.
I will do so.
All right. You take a look in this window, and you see quite a few people milling around inside. It looks like 2 whole squads, and you see a man walking around in a leather jacket with a cane, and some odd-looking dog at his side, who is strolling towards what looks to be a dark corner of the facility.
Okay. All right. I'll move away from the window and go back, and I'll tell the guys.
How many people are in squad 2?
In squad 2, 6.
So we're barging in with 9 people against
Against
2
8.
companies. Oh,
Not 2 companies.
8.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 squads. 2 squads.
Okay. So
It
8
might.
plus
Sorry, it might
8
be.
plus.
It might be 3. Yeah, 12 people, 3 squads. Yeah.
Okay. 12 people, 3 squads plus Lieutenant Downfa or whatever his name was, and Ghost Dog.
So Lieutenant Dalfa is probably the guy with the cane and the leather jacket. Ghost Bomb might be the weird looking dog at his side, but it also might be whatever's out at the construction site.
Yeah, we gotta keep an open mind about that one. But all right. So how many doors does this building have?
2, a front and a back.
We going in pincer style, guys? I'll turn to the Squad 2 leader.
I'll go ahead and nod.
All right. You guys,
We might be better off attacking from the windows, and the three of us going around to the back door to sneak in during the confusion.
the problem with Windows is Windows can get loud real quick, and are not always easy to break. I don't know. What does Squad 2 think about that plan?
Squad 2 says, let's just go with the pincher. Let's go in together. If we can get inside, hopefully that'll reduce
Yeah.
the. Hopefully that'll increase the surprise, and we get to clear them out before too much gunfire goes off, and that'll make the job for Squad 3 a lot easier.
Okay, so figure Squad 2's got more people. They'll go around front. We'll go around back. As soon as they hear us breach and attract the attention, they'll come in guns blazing and sweep up, right? Sound good to everybody?
May not.
Sergeants Lagoon and Pitt, anything on your minds about this?
Nope, that sounds good.
All right. I will nod and lead the way, Treads.
You guys make your way around the building, following the patrol footprints that you had spotted earlier, and find a back door with a lamp over it. It looks.
Nobody's outside guarding it?
Nope, you killed them.
Okay, so does our pack have any sort of like infiltration devices, like small grenades, anything like that, or are we just going in guns and bones?
Guns and bones, I guess.
All right. So how do we want to do this? I'm more than willing to be the infiltrator, and you guys come
Hold
in
on.
after me, or do you have another plan?
Hold on. I heard you say something about us causing a big noise with our entrance.
Yeah, there'll be
Okay. So, being as it sounds like we don't have any explosives in our kits,
No,
Brent.
no.
Okay. So, can I improvise something with what's available?
What do you want to improvise?
If you would
Something explosive at the door?
if you'd like a suggestion, those reels are typically highly flammable. The recording film for the reels in the radio station.
There you go. So, combine a couple of elements.
Okay, if you guys want to go loud, you can go loud. You go.
Well, that was what
Yeah, no, that's right.
that
That's your
was the
plan.
yeah.
Yeah, you can go get the tapes.
Okay. And what will I use to improvise said explosive?
okay.
Mechanics.
What do we have in our toolkit? By the way.
Oh, 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 honey baby. I wish I could give you that sort of level of intricate RPing detail, but I left
No,
it
that's like
ambiguous.
yeah, we're leaving it sort of amorphous so that we can improvise.
Okay.
That was
I'm
part of my
wondering if
idea. I was thinking
I'm
like
wondering if
I
I got some sort
combined.
of adhesive strips or something like that.
Yeah, sure. You've got some sort of double-sided duct tape.
Okay. I'm going to take one magazine of rounds for my handgun, and I am going to tape them along the inner edge of the door right next to the handle, and then he can use the film to, like strike a fire and hit the, like the center fire, like, and when they catch fire, it should set them all off, and they'll all, like bang, all six of them will bang at the same time through the handle of the door, right? And then we can kick it open with a bang and go crazy, right?
Sure.
Okay, question.
Yeah.
What do I roll against for the mechanics roll?
I'd call this average, and it's gonna have a red, so it's gonna be one red and one purple.
Okay. All right, here I go. Oh, man.
It was going to happen eventually.
Okay, you cannot set up this explosive device. You realize that the amount of flammable uh, tape that you have is not going to be enough to ignite the bullets in the gun. It would burn too quickly and not stay long enough to actually ignite the bullet.
All
You do have
right.
one
Well, thanks
advantage
for
though.
letting me make a mechanics roll anyway. I've really been hoping that I got an opportunity to.
There you go. What do you want to spend your one advantage on?
Fucking uh I'm not however this doesn't work, I don't look like I'm incapable. I still look good.
You save face. Okay.
I'm pretty embarrassed about it not working. I mean, you see what I'm rolling on mechanics. For me not to be able to do this is a real bummer. So my advantage is that I don't get too deep in my feelings about it. I also
Okay.
have a fear of failure. Like
Oh, okay.
so I'm just saying, like, this is particularly sad and intense for me that didn't work out.
All
Okay,
right.
well, I'm going to grab my bullets back and put them in my pocket. I'm going to be like, okay, guys, just kick in the fucking door then. That
Seems
was
to
a question.
Yeah, seems to be the plan.
I don't kick.
I do. I do. I'm going to kick in the fucking door.
Okay, you kick in
I'm
this.
Good
going in
man.
last.
You're gonna what?
I go in last.
Okay, you kick the door in, and it's gonna be initiative. So let's start. I have to clear out initiative, and then we're going to start initiative.
Ready to roll?
NPC bot. Second, which one? This one is an NPC slot. This one is a PC slot. I didn't save it for whatever reason, but there we go. There it is. And I need one from Chad and Bobby.
Stupid cool
What is that?
rolls.
I need an
Hey,
initiative
cool.
check from you for cool.
Hey, cool.
Them's the rules, Bobby. I'm sorry.
I still hate it.
Fair.
We're just not cool. We're just not cool, guys.
All right. You kick in the door, and you got a PC slot, an NPC slot, three PC slots, and two NPC slots. And then I'm going to put in one PC slot at the end for the other squad. So, boom, kick the door in. You take a look around inside. First blush, you see 12 men standing around on catwalks and on the ground floor. You no longer see the man with a trench coat. They seem to be wielding MP40s. They collectively all kind of come to attention when the door gets kicked in. You can see some civilians around working over vats and tanks on the factory floor. Uh, they shout when a commotion breaks out. What do you want to do? It is humid in this room. One final detail.
How humid is it?
Humid enough to have some steam floating through the air and definitely fogging up the windows.
All right. Well, I want to know if there's any kind of cover anywhere nearby.
There are some tanks, there's some metal railings, but there is not a lot of cover by the door. There's some walled staircases going up and down, but outside of this one wall here by the door, the rest of the staircases are in the middle of the factory floor and they are not walled off.
All right. Well, I'd like to use my turn to shoot at the nearest guy, and then I'm going to use my movement to step back outside and behind the wall.
All right. You shoot at the nearest squad. Go ahead and give me an average ranged heavy check.
Oh
And
yeah, the tables have turned.
okay, you have a threat. Go ahead and take one strain damage for me. Failure, you do not hit the squad. Just so you know, we are going to get into it now. The Commando Carbine has a prepare quality, which means you need to take a maneuver to use the bolt action before you can fire it again.
Okay.
You have
Once I am behind cover, I will begin doing that.
okay, so you used it both your maneuvers then. All right. Then we have two NPC slot. What am I looking at here? Who rotated it? What the fuck?
For some reason, when I hit strain, it looked like it moved something around.
Yeah.
That was not what it looked like a little while ago.
No. How do I fix this? Arm. Oh, I know what happened. You rolled initiative.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, well, that's not your fault. That's mine. Do. Convert to PC slot. Convert to PC slot. Convert to NPC slot. Convert to NPC slot, PC slot. I think I fixed it. Okay. You took your turn. First NPCs. A squad is going to shout, Rouse, Rouse, moving around, and you don't. You hear the ripping of bullets. Yeah, you hear the ripping of bullets coming from the upstairs railing as you see a bunch of streaks of light careen through the door next to you, pelting the snow next to your feet before ricocheting off into the woods. Yeah, yeah. I think that's it for this one. Next PC slot. Whoever wants to go next. I guess that would be.
Can I take a shot from the cover next to the door?
Yeah. What do you want to shoot
Okay,
with?
I'm just going to take a shot from that cover, and that's what I'm going to do. A pistol.
All right. That is going to be. Are you aiming at someone that's close to you or someone that's far away from you?
One of the 12 guys on the catwalk with us, like on the same level as us.
Yeah, you guys are on the ground floor right now, so you're not
We're
actually
on
on
the
a.
ground floor,
Yeah, you're not
and
on a catwalk.
so there's a group of guys above us and a group of guys on the floor.
They're kind of spread all over this factory. They were all over the place when you kicked the door in because they were like standing guard over the civilians. So
Huh.
they're swarming all around right now. They're all spread out. There are guys that are closer to you than farther away. So I'm just
So
asking if you're
is
shooting close or far.
um so it's either close or far.
Well, when you get down to it, yeah. What was your question?
Well, I was just going to ask. I mean, is there one for me to take an aim at, or is it just so many of them that it's like just a bunch of them?
Oh,
Like,
it's a
is this
blur
just a
combat.
yeah? So I'm thinking I just take a shot at any convenient target
You
and
can
try my best to not be too far out of cover because it's really hard for me to take cover in the first place. You
right,
know.
right.
Um.
I'd say that you can
So.
use a maneuver to aim if you wanted to aim.
Uh.
You can. I'm tempted to say that maneuver is like uh D&D movement in that if you're not actually moving a far distance, you can use a maneuver to move in and out of cover in a turn.
Uh.
I think that makes sense.
Okay. So do I use a boost dice then for
Uh,
the aiming?
if you use two maneuvers on your turn, that costs you two strain.
Um, but that's the only way I will be able to shoot at somebody and be behind cover when my turn ends.
No, okay, sorry. When you said aim, I thought that you were taking the aim maneuver, which is an actual maneuver that will add a setback or not setback, it'll add a boost dice to your roll. You can shoot at whoever you want without aiming.
Oh, but that's the way I would need to do it if I want to be in cover at the end of my turn
No, you don't
and
need to
not
do it.
spend the turn.
You do not need to aim to fire at these guys.
Okay, well I'll just fire. And is it still going to be average difficulty or is it different?
Average would be if they were, God, what is it? A medium distance away from you, I believe. These guys, there's some that are a short distance away from you, which would make the shot uh easy.
Uh,
A one dice check.
can I shoot at one easy target?
You can. I'm going to spend a story point, however, and upgrade that check so your one purple is a red.
Hmm.
But it's a range light check with one red, and then you're going to be getting a boost dice from the accurate quality on your pistol.
Got it. All right, here I go.
There you
One
go.
success, four advantages.
Okay, that's 6 damage. And I believe you can crit twice.
Should I do that?
Well, you can do whatever you want with the advantages, right? You can use it to pass boost dice. I would say effect because these guys are minions. I would say do the damage and crit once because a crit is guaranteed to kill at least one minion.
Yeah, I would like that,
Okay.
to definitely take the guy out.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I'm open to suggestion. So, do I have two advantages left?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm testing something. And third time's the charm. Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah. If you're critting, that's two advantages for this gun. You have two advantages left. You dealt 4 damage after their soak. Okay.
Is that enough to finish him?
You've killed one man, but 4 damage is not enough to kill another man. You got him down to 1 health again.
Oh, so if I use the other two advantage, I could kill a second one?
I don't think that's how that works. Actually, you can crit
Oh,
once on the target.
okay.
Yeah. If you activated crit again, it would increase the crit rating, but because a crit just straight up kills a guy when it's a
Uh,
minion, I wouldn't do it that way.
okay, so I left a second guy with just one health.
Yeah.
Damn. All right. I guess there's nothing else I can do to that guy, and two advantages is what is needed to pass a boost dice,
Someone
right?
specific. Yeah. If you wanted to, you could spend one advantage to pass uh, a boost dice each to the next two people who acted.
What are you guys gonna do? Like straight up attack or what? like shooting?
It'll really depend on what happens between now and my next turn. So I'm not really
Your
sure.
next turn isn't like coming up,
He
or are
started.
you not? Okay. What about you, like, what do you think you'd use a boost die?
Yes, I could use a boost die.
I will pass it to you.
I'm planning on trying to go after Alpha.
Yeah, I was about to say if we're going to take a prisoner, that's the guy we need to have.
So I pass a boost die
Yeah,
to
our
Lagoon.
future prisoner or recurring villain.
But yeah, I didn't realize that's what you were asking, Bobby. In that case, like yes, if there's ever a situation where you pass a boost die onto somebody else, we always want it.
Okay. So that is a second PC slot. You have aim. No, you aimed. You took aim and fired, and then you moved behind cover, and you're still outside. Next PC slot. Chad, you can either go now or let basically the PC NPCs go.
I'll go now.
Okay.
Run, run, run. I'm not actually like shooting. I'm trying to get into that dark corner that I saw Alpha go into.
All right. Uh, you're running.
If I can do it in a way that is stealthy, I'll do it in a way that is stealthy, but I suspect there's not a whole lot of stealth going on with all the gunfire and the screaming and the
Yeah,
yelling.
you're all coming through the same door. You're gonna be pretty noticed. In fact, I'm gonna just flip a story point to say that they notice you. You book it inside. Um, in the dark corner you saw him go into, it looks like you don't see him there anymore. He seems to have entered some heavily armored door because that's what's waiting for you in that dark corner.
All right, well, I'm still headed for that door.
All right, you're at it.
What's it look like?
It's large, it's armored, and it has a lock on it that is one of those like roller doors with the circular handles on it.
So it's one of those doors I'm absolutely not going to get through unless I had like a
Question.
focused explosive.
Well,
There's no
I,
picking this lock.
I
you
have a
could
question.
you could just try opening it too. It might not be luck. What's your question, Bobby?
No, that's fine. Sorry. I was gonna ask something about getting into this door, but whatever. It's all good. I'll wait.
I try opening it.
It's a lot of work. Like a lot of work. Like you have to spend your action this turn doing it, but you managed to open the door.
All right,
I
that's what I
will
do then.
I will reveal to you what you see on the other side next time.
That's not ominous.
Okay. Marcy Page is going to run into the room and try taking a shot with her rifle. Ranged heavy. Did you push a boost dice to Chad or the next person who acted, Bobby?
Chad.
Okay. She is going to aim and fire.
Nice.
Damn, Marcy.
Should have let her handle the guards so far. She could have taken them all out with one shot. Looks like.
Yeah. She lets rip several bolts, just because of how the math works out on this damage here. That is 11 damage, soak 2. So she winds up killing 1. Yeah. Well, no, 2. She ends up killing 2 dudes with effectively 1 bullet. Uh, and mechanically, see, this is where I run into in a weird way. When you do enough damage to minions, you kill them because there's like thresholds that you meet, right? She does enough damage to kill 2 minions. She has to only fire 1 bullet because the gun has the prepared quality. So narratively, I'm saying she fired twice.
Or
That
she
makes
fired
sense.
one bullet through one guy and it went through a second guy also.
Which is also metal. So both are possible. Let's go with she lined up a perfect shot and killed 2 dudes with 1 bullet. She runs in, raises, takes 1 breath before the bolts rip through her, and fires a bolt, shoots 2 dudes, and then with the rest of her movement, ducks behind a metal tank in the room before
And
she
looks
has to spend
stylish
too
as
much
hell
time.
the entire time.
Oh yeah, she is okay. I never actually described Marcy Page to you guys. She's like a strawberry blonde, like stocky woman who looks like she had a hearty diet of like flapjacks and maple syrup every morning on whatever farm she grew up on.
I dig it.
She is taking cover behind a tank right now. That is the end of Marcy's turn. The 2 other squads are going to try and fire at Marcy because, well, Marcy and Chad. One will shoot at Marcy, one will shoot at Chad. Let's take a look here. Ranged heavy.
What does being behind the tank do? Just increase the difficulty to hit her?
She has cover, so she's going to get some setbacks in her favor.
Okay.
We are rolling 2, 2, 3. I want to see if this rolls correctly. Okay, it did. They do not manage to hit Marcy. They do have 1 advantage, however. They're going to pass a boost dice onto the next squad who acts, which is going to be the one shooting at Chadwick.
Really wants to take Chad out, don't you?
It's very unfortunate that the math is working out this way.
Fish in a barrel over here.
You are by a heavy door and are on the ground floor, and they have to shoot through the grates to get at you. So I'm going to give you the benefit of cover as well. They are going to give them a boost, an extra boost dice, though. They're shouting in German, which you can translate to know. It's like, get him. He's just standing right there. Get him before he gets in the tunnel. Which they do.
Oh, you didn't roll the purples, dude.
Oh my god, thank you. Okay. Okay, which they still do. I was like looking at it like, this doesn't feel right. This feels dirty.
That's okay, Chad. We tried.
They hit you for 7 damage. How much soak do you have? Chad.
Soak is calculated with what?
Brawn. Plus, if you have any soak because of the armor that you're wearing.
I am unaware of any armor that I have, but I've got 3 brawn.
I'm going to say that you do have 1 soak right now. For no other reason than you're wearing your winter clothing and someone else's winter clothing. It's just covered in blood. So we'll call that 1 soak, which means your total soak right now is 4. So you soak 4 of that 7 damage, which means you only take 3. All right. Last PC slot. The other door bursts open, and the other squad starts firing at the nearly eliminated squad. Ooh.
Aw.
You don't manage to hit by a triumph, huh? Triumph is
They hit a screw that's spinning part of the catwalk. They don't hit the guy that they're shooting at, but the catwalk drops on his head and he dies anyway.
okay. We'll say that the catwalk collapses, and one of those squads up there, like one of the full squads, is sent cascading down, and they're going to be knocked down on the ground for their next turn.
Hey, that's nice too.
Okay, new round, first PC slot.
All right, well, like I'm worried about Marcy now, so I'm going to turn around and I'm going to shoot that squad that just fell to the ground.
All right, that's going to be average with a boost dice. Actually, no, sorry, not a boost dice. You're going to upgrade your check.
Oh, so one green to yellow.
Yep.
Alrighty. Hey.
All right, that's going to be a lot of damage.
A lot. Yeah.
It's like 12 damage, right?
Sweet. Yeah, I think so.
All right. You rip through two dudes with one bullet. It enters through one dude, exits, and then ricochets and enters into another dude without exiting. And
Even
that
I'm
is
impressed.
yeah. So that is two dudes dead in that second squad.
Okay. And is one advantage enough to pass on a boost die, or do I need two for that?
One is enough to pass on to whoever acts next.
Yeah, I think Bobby's going next. Go ahead and give him a boost die.
Okay, NPC turn. There is one fucking dude left in this squad, and he hoists his gun and tries to shoot at you, Chris.
Bring it.
That is going to be uh 6 damage.
Okay, I've got 4 bronze, so that's 4 soak, unless I get a +1 for my armor like Chad did, but I'm not wearing the extra layer, so it's cool if
I
it's just 4.
I think I gave army uniform standard 1 soak, so I think you have it.
Okay, so then my soak will be 5.
You take 1 damage.
Nice. Now I feel like I'm, like getting somewhere, guys. I'm strained and I'm bleeding.
1 threat means this dude is going to feel it effectively without being too meta. He takes 1 strain damage, and that's the same as taking health damage.
Oh, as he hits me, we make eye contact, and I just kind of, like flash the werewolf eyes at him for a second.
He shits his pants a little bit. That's 1 strain damage.
That's threatening.
Yeah. Okay. Next PC slot.
Lagoon or
No,
guys.
you were next, I think, and I gave you a boost die.
The beautiful part about the Genesis system is you guys just have slots for initiative. Anyone
Oh
can
wait,
choose
it doesn't
to
matter.
act. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Anyone can act in any order as long as it's a
Okay.
PC slot.
Then hear me out, Bobby. Hear me out, Bobby.
On the door.
Hear me out, Bobby. Let's let Chad go next so he can have the boost die.
fine by me. That's what I was thinking, is that he should go next.
What's beyond the door?
You open the door, and you see several pairs of burning ember eyes staring back at you. And then you see several crescent mouths of jagged shapes opening their maws in your direction. And then it kind of dawns on you that those are faces and those are connected to animals, hellish animals, hellhounds to be specific. You vaguely remember
I,
hearing
I
about these
closed
from the
I
Institute.
closed the door. I closed the door.
You take an action, you try to close the door. Can you make an athletics check for me? This is going to be hard.
Oh my god! I just
And you
got
got
an
the boost
idea.
die.
Ventnor, if I could get in there, what if you covered us while I weld that door shut? I've got a mobile kit right
Oh,
here.
oh,
That
Chad.
that is a really
Um,
unfortunate dice roll.
we'll have to get out of combat before we have that conversation, Bobby.
I'm all suck this game.
We have to
Okay.
get out of combat.
So you close the door and you're trying your hardest to try and rotate the lock back into position, but it seems like this is one of those doors where it's easier to open than close. One way is just simply simpler than the other, and you cannot close this door.
I am yelling, "Grenade! Get me a grenade! We need a grenade over here!"
He yells feebly, knowing that no one
Well,
has one.
hey, being as he is yelling, what if I, on the next PC slot, rushed in and pulled out my little arc welder and helped him close the door and tried to weld it shut?
Um, hmm.
At the least, as Chad pointed out earlier, I do make a good doorstop just physically, you know. But I was also thinking that due to my nature, right, I perhaps would have such a device in my little trunk.
Also, you can go over and try to help him close the door, but it might be a bit much to try and start welding right now.
Man, I'm telling you, you just fire it up and start going. But okay,
I mean, you have to get there and then close it and then
I'm
weld it.
with you on that part. Like next turn,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like it takes everything to get over there and help him get it
I need you to
shut.
make an athletic check to try and lock the door, unless you're not even trying to do that.
An athletics check?
Yeah, to try and lock the door, unless you're not interested in doing that.
Well,
Because it sounds like you just want to start welding.
well, I mean, you're right. We have to get it shut, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So, I mean, I figure I can't do anything to weld it until I get it shut. Um, but are we like married to athletics on shutting the door, or would my knowledge help at all, like operating, mechanics,
No, this door is just
whatever,
really heavy.
coordination?
This one's
Really
just a really
heavy.
heavy
All
door.
right, all right. Well, it's not a favorable check for me, but if I need to make it, then that's what I'll make. I'll do whatever check I need to do to help try and shut the door back
Okay.
so that I can, on my next turn, try to permanently shut it.
That's going to be a hard athletics.
Uh, 1, 2, 3. All right. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
And here I go.
Oh my god.
That is amazing.
Wow. Just wow, Bobby. Always try, smile. Yeah, you roll up, and just for the sake of narrative, you like recline backwards on a tread and like rotate forward onto the wheel, and you just reverse rotate, tread, spin that shit to lock the door.
Yeah.
You slam into it. It's with a deafening clang. It closes, and you just spin that shit.
Yay! Yay! It's awesome.
2 threats though, you definitely are strained by that. You're pushing your systems.
Do I take 2 strain?
Yeah.
Done. A small price to pay to support my friend in his dreams of intelligence gathering.
Okay. Next PC slot. I actually think that is Marcy again. Marcy is going to pop out of cover and try to finish off the second squad that's laying on the ground. That's going to be ranged heavy with an upgrade. Average. Yeah, I think that's it. 4, 6. Damn, Marcy. That's 10 more damage. They are dead. A bunch of bullets and ricochets rip through squad 2, and they fucking die.
Well done.
Good.
Okay. Squad 3, however, is still standing, and they shout, "Make haste, shoot them!" And they're tearing their guns onto the machine man that has just barged into their building and slammed the impossibly heavy metal door shut with ease. And do nothing because Bobby is a lucky little son of a bitch. It's so insanely lucky, Bobby.
Why do you hate me so much? I'm just feeling like you hate me now.
Well, I don't know why you think I hate you, Bobby. Chad is the one that's getting fucked really hard tonight. And that has nothing to do with what's happening to me. The dice just aren't feeling it for Chad tonight.
Been some very unfortunate rolls.
Well, that's why Chad's got the team to support him. So it's all good. We're good.
Okay.
Oh, hey, speaking of support, you get to do some of your duty to help him close that door. You supported him.
Okay. Last PC slot, the other squad that burst through this door is going to try to clean up that one remaining squad guy. Do doot doot doot. Again, they roll a triumph with no successes, and they manage to knock down the other squad.
Hey, they're doing their job. I'm cool with that.
So squad 3 comes tumbling down from the higher rafters, and they slam into uh, the railing. One dude just straight up gets belly flopped right on the bar and rotates the wrong way, and takes a backwards flip off the side of the railing and cracks his spine on the tank on his way down to the concrete floor. And that man is most certainly dead.
All right, cool.
Just falling from that height, I don't see it going any other way. So there's just one dude dead. That brings us back to the top of initiative. 1 PC slot.
Well, one dude's dead. I'm gonna shoot some more of them.
There is still 1 dude left from squad 1, and
Okay.
3 dudes left from squad 3.
Well, I'm gonna shoot that one from squad 1, see if we can get rid of that NPC slot that goes right after this one.
Yep.
Actually, how close are they? Or he? How close is he?
You made him shit his pants, so he's not too far.
Can I reach him with my movement?
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to just, like, throw my gun aside, and I'm gonna go, like Mike Tyson on this guy, and I'm gonna beat him down.
All right. That's going to be 2 difficulty.
Cool. I'll take it.
What's your brawn?
My brawn is 4.
So 6 damage? Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, you kill this man. How do you kill this man with 4 advantages? Which, by the way, I think is enough to crit with a brawl check.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to, like just start running at him. And like then I do like to do that flying Superman leap, and as I come down, like fist first into his face with my other arm, I'm going to grab one of his arms, spin in a circle, and throw him at the 3 remaining men. Try and knock them off balance, give them disadvantage on their next attack.
Okay. So you use your 4 advantages to impose disadvantage on the third squad's next attacks.
Yes.
All right, I like it. I'm fine with that. This squad is gone. So is this one. Next PC slot. Chad or Bobby?
I don't really know what I want to do now.
Well, I was planning
can I
on.
lock the door?
The door's locked. Bobby did everything.
Okay.
Damn, Brent, that was cold.
He rolled up, rolled 3 successes on the athletics check, and was like, "Yeah, the door's closed and it's locked now." I just can't fucking believe he rolled.
And how many squads are left? How many people are left?
3 in this building, not
All right.
including the civilians who have some injuries among them now.
I'm assuming that I've got a gun.
Mm-hmm.
I remember you putting equipment on my character sheet, but there's nothing on my character sheet anymore. So I don't know.
They're in
Maybe
weapons. Is it listed under weapons for you?
nope, nothing's there.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, you still have the stat blocks in the Discord.
I assume it probably didn't save while we were out at the bar we were at.
Probably.
So, anyways, I guess I'll shoot at the guys that are left over.
Yeah. What do you want to shoot with?
Whichever gun I have available to me.
You have
You have a
commando.
handgun and a rifle and a knife.
I'll shoot them. I'll shoot them with the. I'll shoot them with a handgun.
Okay. From the range you're at on the ground floor, I'm saying that's going to be short range. So it's going to be an easy difficulty ranged light check, which is 1 purple. They are going to get 1 setback dice in defense, though, from their cover. Did you get that, Chad?
All right, 1 purple, ranged light. What else?
1 setback dice.
All right.
Oh, and if you're using the pistol, add a boost dice because it has the accurate quality. There we are. That's 9 damage. 9 damage, so 2, 7 damage. You take out 1 whole dude. With your 1 threat, go ahead and take some strain for me, bud. You're under a lot of stress down there on the ground floor shooting up. All right. Then it is Bobby's turn.
Okay. There's what, two guys left?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um. All right. I guess. I guess I should just take a shot at him. I mean, I've got the door kind of blocked and locked and everything, so that can hold until we hopefully finish this up. Wait. God damn it. There we go. Wait. Okay. And rolling against what?
Uh, if you're down there, I would say short range. So it's going to be you have your boost dice from the pistol. You're gonna have one purple from the range, and you're gonna have one setback because of their cover.
All right. Here I go.
Yeah, that's 7 damage. Soak two. You shoot and kill one outright, and then you have enough to crit and kill the last dude if you want.
I would like to, please.
Okay, then that is that last squad dead, and you have two leftover advantages.
Okay. Two leftover advantages. Is combat over or what?
The immediate threat has passed. However, that was a lot of gunfire
Silenced gunfire.
On our side.
yeah, from you.
Oh yeah. All right. Um, two advantages. Is that enough to ensure us time to decide what we're gonna do next?
Within reason.
All right. Well, I stay in my position and wait for one of you guys to say what you're thinking about.
I go pick my gun up, check on Marcy, and as I do, I turn to Lagoon and I say, "Where's the man in the jacket?"
Oh, I'm fine. Thank you. We should probably care more for your wounds. Are you fine?
Ah, done worse on a weekend hike.
The man in the jacket went through this door and down into a tunnel, but there are a there's an entire pack of hellhounds on the other side of this door, and I suppose if we focus fire, if we open the door, it might be enough to winnow through them. But if they're locked in there, I just assume have them leave them locked in there if we could.
Um, Brent, check for a moment. What was once we eliminated the forces here? What was our exact orders? How to proceed?
Meet up with Squad 3 and proceed to the Woodland construction site to investigate once you had your answers from the hard water treatment facility. Which you kind of got your answers from the radio station, but you could poke around here to investigate a little further.
I would turn to Lagoon and say, "Snoop around, see what you can find, but we need to make the rendezvous with Team 3."
You do know
I,
that Team Three's entire job right now is buying you time to find answers for what's happening at the hard water treatment plant. It's their job to deal with whoever comes up from the harbor.
Right. So, yeah, intelligence gathering is Lagoon's expertise. I'm going to let him do that, and I'm going to suggest that I stand at one door and Riff take the other door, and we will just keep an eye out to make sure nobody's coming.
I search. What do I search?
You can interrogate the civilians. You can look around in some of the office rooms that they have on the higher levels. Might take a while to navigate up there just because all the collapsed walkways now, but doable. Which one do you want to do?
Um, I guess intimidation would be interrogation would be the easiest. Um, the what's his name? Chris, what's your character's name again? Oh, whatever.
Vintner.
Are you transformed?
No, it's not a full moon, and I haven't reached 10th strain yet.
Okay. All right. I will go try to coerce and intimidate the civilians into telling me what they know.
They're already terrified and crying and screaming in Swedish.
Oh, so they're not German?
No.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to have Mercy go talk to them nicely while I stay back in the back where I'm not terrifying them.
Uh, I hate to disappoint you, Goonie, but I don't speak Swedish.
It's Lagoon, and all right. I will try to find one that looks slightly less terrified than the rest and approach them.
Okay.
Let's just go ahead and say that I have a smattering of all European languages.
We'll say it's difficult for you, and if you want to solidify that up, we'll say it's a talent somewhere to pick up a language.
Sure. But yeah, I'll walk over and try to talk to them.
All right. It's rough going. Go ahead and give me we'll just call it a knowledge check to understand them, and we'll call it average. Two successes, two threats. You, despite your best efforts, still are really intimidating and scaring these people when you're interrogating them. But you get what you need out of them. You've lost rapport with these people, but these people still give you the intel you're looking for. Uh, Whatever they had these civilians doing here, they didn't fully understand what they brought, but the Nazis brought some kind of substance in with them and were having the civilians distill it in these tanks. Uh, there's a residue left over, um, but they took what was separated from the bottom and carried that off down the dark tunnel that you have locked again. They put them in some kind of container and took it away after the distilling process, which they, according to these uh, tank workers, they still have some that they are distilling right now in one of these tanks.
All right, we're going to need samples of that. So I'll tell them to give us containers of it.
And they hurriedly go and get that for you, not wanting to displease the weird creature.
We need what they've distilled and the residue and the process that they used to distill it.
Okay, while you're working on that and getting those samples, the hailing from the walkie-talkie comes again.
All right, what do they say?
Guys, they are not coming from the harbor.
Where are they coming from?
They're just not coming. We watched a bunch of them all climb back into the buildings down here at the harbor and just hunker down. We do not see them anymore, but we definitely all heard the gunfire. Over.
Bugger.
There are do they know what hellhounds are?
Maybe you do because you came from the institute.
There were
It,
some other institutors in the group, so some of them are going to know.
True.
all right. Well, I'll radio over to them. Ask anyone that's been uh, in the institute what a hellhound is, and tell them that we had made contact with a pack of them. There's a tunnel running from the what is this thing called again?
Hard water plant.
From the hard water plant, and it is either running down to the harbor or it's running into that construction camp. So stay vigilant.
Roger. That's the last you hear from them.
Well, they're all dead.
You have your samples collected.
All right. Uh, how many of our guys are still here?
All of them actually. No one fell.
That is fantastic. Could I get well, how many guys is that?
6.
6 of them plus 4 of us, so 10 in total.
Okay. Could I get 2 of them to stay behind and collect to help the scientists and the civilians collect paperwork from the different offices while we go and do what we're doing elsewhere?
Sure.
All right, let's do that. And we can head off to the construction camp.
So, can this door be opened from the other side?
If you're asking if someone can open it from the other, like from not your side, I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, I feel that we either need to infiltrate this behind this door and deal with whatever's in there, or seal this door
Let's go with your welding plan real quick before we
to,
head out.
just for security. I mean, they could counterattack from in there.
Yeah, let's go ahead and use your welding idea.
What do you think, Brent?
Think it works.
All
I'm not.
right.
You guys can be quick enough about it. Then I'm gonna say that you can get it welded before you hear the boot steps echoing down the tunnel.
Nice.
Um, make a perception check, Bobby, since you're right there working on it. This is gonna be average with the
Oh,
setback. Okay.
so just nothing. Just a
That's a
wash.
complete wash, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got 3 threats, which I'm guessing is just going to be some setbacks on something. You're kind of oblivious, but
But I
yeah.
got 3 advantages also.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see. It's a wash. You did it in 2 separate things. Okay.
That was an accident.
All
I
right. I see it now. Okay, yeah, just a wash. Yeah, nothing. Never mind.
So do I just weld it shut? It's
Yeah,
just good.
yeah.
Nice.
Nothing comes to try and test that door.
All right, team. Let's roll out.
The 8 of you all get together and head back outside. And based on the satellite photos you had in your dossier, you know that there is a unmarked path leading away from Mudhole that will lead you to the woodland construction site. And that's the path you track. Can you give me Stealth rolls against. Let me check. Okay. Give me stealth checks against 2 reds and a purple.
Oh wow, I'm good.
Bobby, can you roll 2 setback dice for me? Okay.
It's because he's got tires for feet, isn't it?
No, it's because he had 3. No, wait, oh my god, he wasn't supposed to roll those because those were washed. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay,
Oh,
so we just disregard those.
yeah.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh, there it is. First to spare.
All suck. All suck tonight.
You succeeded in your stealth check. It's not all suck. That was a very hard stealth check to make with no fucking yellow dice. Okay, you're all successfully sneaky. With 1 despair. Okay. First, let me take care of the threats. Rift, you are gonna take 2 strain. Vintner, how much strain are you at, bud?
I've only taken 1 so far.
I'm gonna lay on 4 strain to you right now because tonight is really starting to get on your nerves.
You know what? I mean, I'm not even going to argue with that. Fine, so be it.
Between the amount of, there's just something itching at the back of your head right now that's just egging to get out. Like the blood, the adrenaline, stalking through the woods, sneaking. There's just something that is like
I
my
get it.
turn.
I get you. I get
Yeah.
you. I get you.
The despair, though. Oh, the despair. You guys are walking through the wood and through one of the.
I just freeze to death in the snow. That's all.
No. Uh, the nice thing about despair is that it's narrative, and it doesn't actually have to do anything with the specific role sometimes. It can introduce a new narrative element that is a danger to you, such as in this case, where when you guys walk underneath one of the clearings on this woodland pathway, you look up and you see the woodland construction. You didn't when you first got here, but now you can because there is a stack of some kind, some sort of dark tube that is just towering above the forest trees. And
You
as
broke up. You broke up for me when you said some sort of. Then it just went Blake. So I don't know what you just described.
some sort of tube that is towering dark tube that is towering above the forest trees. And as you stand there looking at it, wondering what the fuck it is, you notice that it gets a little taller before a mechanical whir and click seems to set it into place. And you watch as it tilts slightly, only about maybe 5 to 8 degrees.
It's either a big ass telescope or that's the world's biggest freaking cannon.
That's your despair.
Oh, goody. I think we probably need to throw something down the inside that barrel to foul it.
But it's so high up. Are there any vehicles around here?
You do not see any vehicles.
You're your own vehicle, buddy.
I could use something with more weight.
A little more heft.
Right. Well, if
Yeah.
it's mechanical, I can break it. Let's get over there.
I agree.
Back in the direction of the uh hard water plant, you hear the sound of gunfire breaking out, and the radio pings you again.
This is Ventna. Over.
They've come back. They've returned to the harbor. They're making their way to the water. Not all of them, though. It seems like a lighter force.
Yeah.
Status. Can you handle it?
They seem to be evacuating.
Evacuate. Keep eyes on them. See where they go.
They're heading to the water. They have a U-boat.
Is there anything you can do to disable it?
No, we weren't given any explosives. We're supposed to hold them from backing up the hard water facility. Why are they running?
No idea. Just stand by. Guys, we gotta get to this construction site ASAP.
Is the tube leaning in the direction of the harbor?
No. In fact, it is pointing directly west of the harbor. See, there's something I didn't mention about this map, and it's that it actually isn't aligned properly with the geological coordinates. The harbor that you guys have on this map is actually a south-facing bank. The direction towards Trelleborg would be west. Past Trelleborg is the border of Sweden. And in that direction are the cities of Copenhagen and Malmo. Together, they make up a pretty important trade route.
Are they pointing that cannon at Copenhagen? What's the range on this thing? We've got to get there. We've got to find out.
I would say that's insane, except that I'm a fish man running next to a werewolf running next to a half tank man.
Yeah, insane's kind of what we do in it.
What do you guys want to do?
We book it.
You are booking it. You are hustling mad ass through these frozen woods. The chapped air is breezing by your face, licking your hair. Some of your clothes start to come undone as you're running through this forest in all due haste. Uh, Kicking up snowdrifts as you go by, piney trees licking past your face and smacking you sometimes. But eventually you make it into a clearing where you see in the ground there is a concrete bunker of sorts that has been constructed. And sure enough, towering out of it is about 100-foot tall steel cannon. There is some edges around where you might be able to slip through and get in deeper, but it seems like there's hatches on the top that you could also access.
Are there those little, like openings, like kind of almost like basement windows that are just above the ground that people can look out of?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got to assume there's people in there, right? So, like maybe we should go left and, like team two go right. We try to kind of like beat around the backside, take them by surprise, right?
Hmm.
It's either that or just mad rush and hope they don't point rifles out and take us down.
You're talking on approach to one of the entrances.
The only entrance, I think, is that hatch.
Hmm.
Oh, we need to get our engineer to that hatch, more than likely.
I agree.
That's my feeling for sure. So we just gonna make a break for it or what? Because I'm ready to roll.
Team 2, how about you go about 100 yards to the right and then just, like fire a couple of shots at them, get their attention, then we can make a mad dash for it. Get our technician in position.
They shrug, say, "All right, you're the boss. What do you want us to do once we start firing?"
See if you can get behind some trees, get some cover. Don't give them a chance to hit you back. Just like keep them distracted, like suppressing fire, that kind of thing.
All right. They
Then as soon as you see us approach the top of the bunker, stop firing because we don't want to actually get hit with ricochets and stuff, that kind of thing.
right, and they run off in the direction that you indicate, and you guys get in position, and they hoist their guns, and they're getting ready to fire when you guys hear the beginning of a siren start.
Yeah, all right. I'll take right wing. Marcy, you take left wing. You blokes in the middle, and if any bullets come our way, we'll return fire. You two just focus on getting to that hatch. All right.
Yeehaw!
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so these guys will give you your suppressing fire as the bullets start ripping through the woods and in the direction of the bunker, trying to shoot through those tiny little windows and getting ricochets inside.
As soon as do we hear any immediate return fire?
No.
Fuck it, we gotta
You
go.
you do hear shouting coming from the inside though. It's German. Uh, you can make Chad. You can make out. They're shouting. It's like prep, prep the payload. Prep the payload. Get ready to launch. We're under fire. Shit. Fuck. Someone's been hit. Leave that man. Fire the missile.
All right, I'm yelling. They're getting ready to fire the cannon. Keep it up. You've hit some of them.
I am running behind me, and I'm running towards it. Gun ready. If anything fires at me, I'm firing back.
All right. Nothing is firing at you as you approach the hatch. Who else is going to the hatch?
I'm trying to get to the hatch as quickly as possible.
All right.
I'm actually going to go for one of the little slit windows.
Okay. Uh, Rift. Give me a hard mechanics check with one upgrade, so it's going to be one red and two purples, and this is going to be to try and break into this hatch. 3 successes.
Damn, dude.
Very nice. So you're working on that. While you're
Nice.
working on that, uh, Lagoon, you are down looking through this window. What you see when you're looking down is a command center. There are two concentric rings of people at stations with readouts and computers. There is a rather intimidating looking soldier of some sort standing at near the base of what looks to be a giant cannon, as well as two other rather important looking technicians that stand out above the rest, who are looking worriedly and covering their heads as they're trying to work at the cannon. Uh, Give me a. Ooh, what kind of check is this? I'd say this is a cool check. I wouldn't call it perception.
Please don't say it's a cool check. Give me a perception check.
It's not really about seeing the thing, it's about understanding the thing, which is why I think it's a cool
I've got
check.
one green.
Vigilance.
Cool.
Vigilance. No, it's not. It's not vigilance. Maybe streetwise. Streetwise also makes sense.
Knowledge.
Not knowledge. I'll let you roll cool or streetwise. Which one do you want, Chad?
We'll do streetwise. Wait a second. Say that again.
Streetwise or cool? Which one do you want?
Yeah, we'll do streetwise. What's the difficulty?
Average. Just two. No setbacks. You're going to take one strain here. Three successes. You can tell that these technicians right now are being held at gunpoint by the intimidating looking Nazi fellow. Like, this guy is clad in black with reinforced armor on his shoulder and some rather haunting looking spectacles on his face. You can't see any of his flesh through whatever outfit he has on, but he is sitting there with an MP40 trained on each of their heads.
So it looks like the mechanical man from Hellboy.
I'm not familiar enough, but he definitely looks like he is some sort of extra special unit.
All right. So all the gears and controls. Do any of them look particularly important?
You would guess the ones that those technicians on the council are working on, since they're most central to the canon.
All right. I'm just going to unload my rifle into the console.
Okay, go ahead. At this range, I'm just going to say that it is short, so you can roll this check at 1.
Does the
Sorry, what was your question again?
is the rifle accurate or anything?
No.
Okay. And is there a semi-auto version or is it single shot?
It's a single shot.
All right.
All right. You successfully plug the shit out of that console. That console is destroyed. You plug this console so good. It is dysfunctional. It sparks and it sputters as the bullet rips through it. It fries a little bit, and the technician that was sitting at it like screams and says "Scheisse." And right as he does, the super soldier that you were laying eyes on looks over and makes eye contact with you. And Bobby, at this moment, Rift manages to open the hatch and is able to peel it open and also catch a glimpse of this soldier.
I winked at him.
Uh, sorry, brain fart. Vintner, I'm gonna say you have an action here before the next thing happens.
All right. Well, I'm gonna jump down on his head then.
Thank you. I was hoping you were going to just jump in. Seemed appropriate.
And punching's been working really well for me, so I'm just gonna pummel him in the face.
Yeah,
Okay,
awesome.
you go for it. You get in there. Go ahead and make a brawl check.
What's my difficulty?
Your difficulty is still going to be average. 1 second though. Yeah, that's it. Just two.
All right, 2 success, 1 advantage.
That is how much damage?
My
Nice.
brawn is 4.
Okay, so you count the amount of damage by adding your brawn plus the number of successes you have.
So 6.
6. You barely make a dent in this man as you go in swinging.
That's okay, because I've still got one maneuver, and I'm going to use it to just smile and say, hi.
Okay, so the next thing that happens is you watch as this super soldier lets out his own kind of like low growl and pulls out this knife from his chest plate. And this knife looks like it's coated with some sort of sparking electrical discharge.
Ooh,
And
those are always fun.
yeah, you hear him mutter through whatever respirator is muffling his face, Guten Nacht. And he takes the knife and he plunges it into the shell in the cannon.
Okay. Wouldn't realize that the breach was open, but
Yeah.
nice.
What does
So
it mean?
he's it means he's suiciding us all.
Yeah. There is a moment of silence, deafening silence, and a blinding light green flash. And we're going to take a small break here because we've been going straight for a while. And when we come back, I will cover a few things and we'll probably call it for the night.
Okay.
Not sure
Back in
how
a bit.
much not sure how
Okay.
much later you want to go, but seems like a good point for a break.
I will take it. I'll see you in a few minutes.
I really hate that I have to come to Discord. Like, I have to use the app in my browser in order to use Discord because the actual application broke on my computer and I can't uninstall all the little chunks of it to make it work properly anymore.
Oh no.
But I can't get the audio to work properly unless I'm on Discord, like in my browser, which is why it takes me so long to come back and talk to you guys because I'm flipping between Discord and the gaming table and my character sheet, and it sucks ass.
All right. Sorry that took so long. The dog was being problematic when I took him out.
It's okay. I'm back. I think Chad's back. I think Bobby's still here.
Yeah.
Bomb explodes, everybody dies, right?
No. You are super soldiers.
So the super soldiers survive, everybody else transforms into horrible monsters.
He
Vintner.
said good night, so I think he's expecting it to kill us or at least incapacitate us.
Vintner.
Yes, sir.
When you come to, at first you just see darkness, and then there's just a lot of smells hitting your nose all at once.
Uh-huh.
There's dust, there's blood, there's something else in the air that feels just nauseating to you. But eventually light starts to trickle in and you see a haze in front of you and rocks in your vision. And you start clearing some of it out of your way. And that's when you notice your hand. Your hand is most certainly transfigured at this point. Whatever blast just transpired knocked you straight into your werewolf shape.
Gotcha.
And you feel yucked up.
Am I in control?
Oh, you're in control. This is your training paying off here. But you have sustained critical injuries.
Gotcha.
Let me go
What should
ahead.
what should I set my wounds to?
I'm going to say set your wounds. Take 10 damage.
All right.
Because you were at the heart of that blast. Yeah. You're also going to get a critical injury.
Cool.
55. I have to. Oh, of course. Of fucking course. That's the one thing I didn't have on me was the critical table, and I rolled it. I am so smart. One moment, guys.
No worries.
In the meantime, you have awoken in the what's left of the blasted out rubble. The cannon is crumbling. The roof of this place is blasted open. The night sky is still above you. But around the room, you can see that there are some haunting blue and green glows in piles around the room.
Do those colors mean anything to me?
Not currently.
How difficult is it for me to focus at this moment?
Oh, you are probably a little loopy.
Little loopy, little loopy. I see what you did there. Little lupine.
Sorry, say that again for me.
A little lupine.
Ha 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 ha. Critical injuries. Let's go. 55. Fearsome wound. The target increases the difficulty of all presence and willpower checks by 1 until this critical injury is healed.
Can you do you have that as a PDF? Can you copy and paste it into Discord so I can copy and paste it into my character sheet?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'll say that Rift, you wake up next.
I
You are knocked back, caught by a series of bushes that have been piled up behind you. You have suffered 8 wounds. And 5 strain. You feel a little discombobulated. The cannon that was towering the sky once before has now collapsed onto the ground. And above you in the sky, you see an eerie blue and green haze just filling the air. On the far side of you, on the where the squad mates that you had brought with you once stood, you can see a collection of eerie blue and green glows. Finally, Lagoon, you wake up. You suffer 8 wounds and 5 strain. You experience the same thing that Rift experienced, except you have a you have a different view of the carnage. You were blown back along the path that you had awoken from, or no, back along the path that you had approached from, and you are just head skywards looking at the aurora of weird energy that's floating in the air. It is now on you guys.
Once I can focus, I would like to look around and see if I can find any remnants or any. I want to see what happened to the super soldier that was right in front of me.
Okay.
I want to know, is he still there?
Still there is a weird question. When you get up and move around, you see that his suit of armor is blasted and torn and rended in several places. But it doesn't look like there is necessarily a body on the inside. There's like a skeleton in there, but there's no flesh.
So it's not an immediate threat.
No, he is definitely unmoving. You can make a perception check for me. I'm going to call it
Difficulty?
average with 2 setbacks because there's just a lot to distract you right now and you're fighting through a pretty gnarly headache.
Fair. Nope, I fail.
Yeah, that's that. You notice a few things around the room. Most of the stations have been blown away completely. The devastation in here is nearly absolute. The only things that aren't covered up, you see that his gun has been completely destroyed and mangled, but that knife remains damaged but still sparking.
What's the condition of my walkie?
You can walk fine. You might be
No. The portable, the handheld radio.
Walkie-talkie.
walkie-talkie. I thought you said walking. Your walkie-talkie. Damaged. But if it was on you, I'd say if you could get a good mechanics check going, you could check it. But right now, it is probably not operable.
I'm going to try raising Team 3. If I can't immediately get them, I'm just going to discard it and assume it's broken. And then I'm going to go inspect that knife that is sparking still.
Okay, so you hold up the walkie-talkie and you trigger it a few times with your monstrous hand, and your gruff voice says a few lines into it, hailing Team 3, but you don't get anything back but silence and static. So you go over to the knife, and it is plunged about 3 inches deep into the wall of the concrete, just like Excalibur style hanging out from the wall.
Pit,
Draw it,
are you
King,
up
draw it.
there?
Sorry, Chad, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said, draw it, King, draw it. What did you say, Chris?
Pit, are you up there? Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you get out? Are you
Can you-
injured?
Can you get down here? I need you to take a look at something.
Be right there. I can like bounce and just hop into the hole if that's what I need to do.
Before you jump down, you wheel up to the edge of the crater that's left by this cannon, and you look around. And from your uh, improved height up at the top of the crater, you can see
Uh-huh.
something that uh, Vintner could not. And that's that
Mm.
these eerie blue and green glows are not coming from just piles of rubble, but from the corpses that were left behind in the blast, some of which are still moving.
Yeah. Well, I kind of figured that the things were from all the corpses. I mean, it's the ghost bomb, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like all this energy and shit is coming off of all the people that have died. Okay. Um
I'm trying to find Marcy.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
I will also talk into the walkie-talkie to try and raise Team 3, but I am actively looking for Mercy.
Well, you have some story points here. I might advise using them because otherwise you might have some difficulties here with using the microphone, not the microphone, but the walkie-talkie.
All right, so what do I need to use the story points for?
Getting the walkie-talkie to work.
All right, flip one for me. I make it work.
All right. You speaking to the walkie-talkie. What are you trying to do?
I go, Team 3, are you alive?
Team one, is that you?
There was a bomb and they set it off. I suspect almost everyone here is dead, except for myself and the other two institutes.
Shit.
We are confirming now. How about you? Are all of you alive?
We were clear of the blast zone. Over.
Thank God.
Go ahead and make a perception check for me for Marcy.
One difficulty, two difficulty.
Two difficulty, and it's gonna have a setback.
All right. Can I upgrade a die thanks to flipping that story point?
That was related to the walkie-talkie. You can flip another one if you want.
Okay.
Very nice. You find Marcy alive, unkilled, in yet another pile of debris bushes. She is swooning from her delirium, but she is alive. She does not have a blue or green glow about her.
I'm almost disappointed that she isn't ghosty, but okay. All right, I'll help her up and try to get her settled.
Thank you, Goonie.
It's Lagoon. Oh, fuck it. Goonie's fine. Um, Once you have gotten yourself together, we're going to need your help to inspect all these other bodies.
Are you okay?
I'm I'm alive.
Here,
Uh,
here. Before you can go any further, she takes out her med kit and applies a painkiller stim directly onto you.
okay.
That'll heal you for 5.
All right. I'll do the same for her.
All right.
I think while I'm waiting for Riff to get down, I'm going to do the same as well.
yeah, I guess we should all heal a little bit. Do we get 5?
Yeah, 5 is for the first one.
Do we see the bodies moving around up here?
From the top, yes. Some of them are trapped in the rubble. Some of them are struggling to stand. Uh, Others are just not moving at all and don't have the blue and green glow is like fading from them.
But the ones with the blue and green glow are animated, like the corpse is animating.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. He called you over. You see what you see. What do you want to do?
Once
Well, I
once Rift is there, I want to suggest that he inspect the machine. You know what's left of it. What can we make of this machine? What was its what were they actually trying to do with it? Because this can't have been their plan. Can you discern that with a mechanics check, possibly?
think I can, but I'm wondering what we can do about them. And I point over at in the direction of the now I guess standing dead people
Yeah,
that are down here.
the more time that passes, the easier it is to see that there is animated corpses beginning to rise from the rubble.
I
And
slowly turn and look with great trepidation at where he's pointing, and I just kind of release a sighing growl and oh, this isn't over, is it?
and can I do anything with the equipment down here?
If you want to hop down and start inspecting the rubble, you can. You might find it very difficult to get out.
We've got rope. We'll get you out.
Hmm. I'd like to think I have a tow winch if necessary.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's probably
Yeah.
sensible. You're right.
Um, you know what I mean? Like that
Yeah.
would let me kind of be pretty anyway. Well, or I was actually thinking of it as something to toss down to him and pull him out if he were injured, you
Right.
know?
Yeah.
But whatever. Anyway,
Speaking of
it could
which,
work both ways.
as you point out the rising corpses to me, I'm going to go ahead and pop my second stem.
Seems good. Let's go ahead and roll another initiative. The last one for the evening. 1 second.
Vigilance.
Yeah, can we do vigilance this time since it's kind of us being surprised?
Yeah, sure.
Nice. I still suck. Yay.
Need to roll another one. 2 successes. All right. Two PC slots lead off this combat. Who wants to go first?
I think Chad got the best roll, right? You want to go first, Chad?
Yeah, I guess. I'm going to use my two advantages to say that can I say that Marcy and I have cover where we're at?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to head out of that cover and over to one of the animated corpses and see if it attacks me.
Okay. You're not gonna do any attacking.
I mean, I want to inspect. I don't know that they're aggressive yet,
Okay.
but I walk over and give a closer inspection and just be like, Let's see if it claws me in the face or tries to shoot me or something.
Okay. Well, your closer inspection will give you a nice close-up detail of what you're looking at. It is the corpse of a not survivor of this blast. It is a pale blue limning around these creatures with a deep, vibrant neon green glow coming from their core, illuminating basically their entire skeleton through what's left of their flesh. They do
That's
not
pretty
seem
gnarly.
they do not seem sentient.
But they do seem aggressive. Is it like coming at me?
Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll pull out a handgun and pop it in the head. Pop it in the head.
All right. It's pretty close, so this is going to be easy. One.
We still had initiative going.
Ah, damn it. Let's see. Remove. Convert. 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 There. And you. Oh, don't forget your boost dice because you're using the pistol. That'll tip it over the edge. One success and 3 advantages. So you do 6 damage to this thing. It takes 4 damage, but you probably want to say you crit it, so you'll kill it anyways.
Yes, dead.
Yep, you killed it.
And I'll call out. We have walking corpses. They are aggressive.
All right. Stop initiative. Fuck it up again. Okay. There. No more initiative. I'm good. Next PCs.
All right. What do you think? You want me to work with the machinery first, or you want to make an attack on one of these things first?
If you're asking OOC, yeah, I think we should deal with threats before we turn our back on anything.
Yeah, you don't think we'll find anything with the equipment that would help us with these things?
No, I think the equipment's already helped us with these things, all it's going to.
Well, go ahead and shoot or hit them or something.
I think he's giving you the initiative slot here, Chris.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just okay, so I get +1 damage and a crit rating of 3 for unarmed attacks. So I'm gonna run up to the closest one and I'm gonna unarm attack it.
All right. Your brawn and your agility have also gone up by 1, I believe.
So that's adding an extra green die.
Yep.
Against 1 difficulty or 2.
2. Melee attacks are always 2.
Gotcha. I'll take it.
Okay, so that's going to be 1 plus your brawn of 5 is 6, plus 3 successes is 9 damage. Minus
Yeah,
the smoke.
I'm hoping that's enough to just, like knock its scully, like festering, fleshed, glowing head off.
Yeah, you completely rend one of them, and in the flurry of blows, you manage to lightly wound another one.
I howl.
You hear a howl.
That is my turn.
Okay. NPC slot. The zombies that are the geists that are in the pit with you will try to attack you, Chris.
Bring it. Okay, they brought it,
They brought it, yeah.
but I'm still threatening to them.
Yeah. Uh, you're very threatening to them because with 2 successes, I think they get all of like 4 damage, and you're
And my soak is at least 5 right now.
yeah. I'd say it's only 5. Transforming tends to not be kind to clothes.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's kind of what I was figuring too.
yeah. Uh, they do no damage to you.
Perfect.
This time I snarl.
Yeah, you feel it's. I don't know how your character normally feels about his newfound like physical configuration in life, but this has to be some kind of satisfying that he's impervious to these attacks right now.
I gave him the courageous trait, which I read more as fearless than courageous because that's the way it kind of read to me. But like, yeah, he's kind of the dumbass who jumps in and loves to scrap. So yeah, the ability to take no damage is fascinating to him.
All right. That is that NPC slot. Another PC slot.
Um, is the is are the ones down here at short range?
They can be, yeah. You have a lot of choices, and it's like a giant circle, so you can pick one that's close to you.
Okay. I don't do any damage. I just get one advantage, so I'll push a boost to the next person that takes an action.
Okay, that's gonna be Marcy. Uh, Marcy is up with, um,
She's with Lagoon.
yeah, Lagoon. I'm trying to remember all your player names still. Marcy's up with Lagoon, and she is going to take a shot at the squad that's in the woods that's been resurrected. Ranged heavy. Yeah,
Nice shot.
yeah. So that's going to be 10, 8. She takes out another 2. I'm going to say that's a volley of attacks just because always managing to rip through 2 at a time seems weird. Um, and she got 2 threats, so she's going to take some strain. Up, up, up. That was the wrong button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then +2. She's not doing hot. She is going to also reload her weapon on the same turn. And that's her turn. So then we're on to the squad in the forest who is going to attack Lagoon. There is only one of them left. And they don't manage to hit you.
Nice.
They walk towards you and flail meaninglessly in your direction.
I think there's some consolation in the fact that like everything was going against Lagoon at the beginning, but now everything's coming up pro Lagoon.
We've played long enough that the dice have shifted.
Yeah.
The second group in the pit is going to start climbing over rocks and unearthing themselves from the rubble and come after Ventnor.
Yeah, they are.
I'm going to upgrade their check. They do all of 5 damage to you and pass along a boost dice to the next NPC that acts.
So they hit 10 damage total is what you're saying?
No, this is another. You soaked everything last time. You're going to soak everything this time too.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to clear up. Yeah.
They're slap fighting you.
They're combing my chest hair. It's fine.
They're kind of piling on you right now. It actually has a different kind of threat at the moment. You have like 5 zombies trying to clamber over you right now.
Kind of like when like you fall down in an ant pile and the ants are crawling on you. Like they're biting at you, but it doesn't really do anything.
Not at first. I think enough ant bites and
Not
everybody's
until the
allergic.
shock sets in.
Right? Yeah. Back to the top of initiative. Whoever wants to go first.
I'm cool with the order we're in. If you want to go ahead, Chad.
Um, I want to. I would like to declare at one point, if we can get these guys winnowed down to like an individual, I want to take one, quote unquote, alive, if possible. And I
Take it
guess,
back to King's Landing in a box and present it to
yes,
the Queen.
yeah, something like that. Uh, but I guess I'll make it another attack otherwise.
Okay, you still attacking the ones coming from the woods?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you don't manage to get that shot off, but you have 2 advantages.
I'm gonna heal a strain.
You can heal 2 strain.
Alrighty.
Okay, next PC slot.
Well, I'm just gonna start flailing my arms and hit whatever I hit, right?
All right.
All right, I think that's everything. Ooh, not so good.
1 success, 2 advantage.
Uh, I need 3 advantage to crit, don't I?
Yep.
All right, well, I will pass on a boost die to Bobby, and I will do 6 damage. Looks like, or yeah, 6 damage.
6 more damage is enough to take out another zombie from the first group that you were attacking.
That's fine with me. I'm okay with whittling them away.
Can you roll one more boost dice for me? Because I don't think Marcy used hers, and that's the one that Rift gave a boost dice to. So we're just gonna let you use it, I think, because I forgot about it until this fucking moment. 0. Cool.
It didn't matter, but thank you for
Awesome.
the opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. NPC slot. This guy has 1 friend left, and he's going to try and attack Bittner. Oh. He doesn't deal damage though, so triumph. You get knocked down
What
on the
is?
ground.
Okay, cool. So now I'm down on the ground and they're crawling on me. I love this image.
Yep. 3 threats though. He exerts himself too much, and he basically starts dismembering his own body in the effort.
Oh, it's getting all over me.
Yeah, it is not pretty. NPC slot. Next PC slot.
Are are they all are all the ones down here engaged with Ventnor? Or
Yeah, they've all started climbing all over him.
okay, let's shoot one.
Okay, your 1 check's gonna be upgraded once. Oh, you already did it.
Yo.
Okay. Well, in the future, you didn't need that purple one because they're at short range from you. So it's gonna count that as 2 successes. And one threat. You're gonna take one
Sweet.
strain. 2 successes with that pistol is 7 damage. That's okay. You take out another zombie, and there's one hanging on by its last legs in that first group. Last PC slot. Marcy is gonna fire her gun at the last standing zombie up here. Sorry, they're geists. They're not zombies. Do. Yeah, she is not gonna hang. Okay. You watch as the last bullet rips by your face, Lagoon, as Marcy takes out the last of the ones coming from the forest that were attacking you. And then she reloads the bolt. It doesn't go anywhere just yet. She's catching her breath. She's kind of going through your strain really fast. These guys are gone. The group in the pit. Gonna try to attack Vintner. Maybe.
That one might do some damage.
Maybe. Uh, 5 damage. Nope, don't think that's gonna get through. 1 triumph though. Damn. What do I do with 1 triumph?
They just start rolling him over into a snowball.
I think you're gonna have an upgrade in difficulty against the next check you make against these guys. That's the only
Fair
thing I
enough.
can really do with that.
Fair enough.
And next PC slot.
Is that me?
Yeah,
Whoever
that's you.
wants to take it.
Okay. How many are left up here with me?
None. Marcy finished off the last one by shooting the one that was attacking you, like right in front of your face.
All right. Well, shit. I guess I will go down and see if I can find one that's still struggling in the rubble.
Those are all on top of Vintner.
Who is a raging, squirming ball of hair right now?
All right. I'm going to flip a story point and say that there's one still trapped underneath some of the rubble up here. But it's enough rubble that it can't, like, get up. So that can be the one that we save. Okay?
Sure.
And then I'm going to shoot the ones that are around Vintner.
All right. Well, your check is going to be short but upgraded once. So it's going to be red. If you're using your handgun, don't forget your boost dice. All right. That's 8 damage. Okay, you kill one. All right, you rip through one of them without managing to shoot Vintner, which is good. Oh, no, too far. Next PC slot.
All right, well, I'm going to grab one by the freaking shoulders since I'm on the ground. And when I've got him by the shoulders, I'm going to try and rip his head off with my teeth.
Sure, that's a brawl check.
Did you say that it was going to be upgraded to 1 red, 1 purple?
You got it.
Ooh. Ooh.
2 advantages.
Yeah, Bobby's been doing me right. I'll pass that boost die along to him again.
8.
All right.
I'll use it.
So you don't manage to get your. You try with your maul to get it around the head of this zombie, but there's too many other zombies in the way, and they're just keeping your face from like latching onto your target.
Yeah, these things happen.
The one remaining zombie in this group is gonna try and do something to Vintner. And he can't do anything to Vintner, and he kills himself struggling. That one
that's
thread
hilarious.
through strain is they're just eroding their own bodies. Okay, next PC slot.
Are are there still more targets
There's 2 left.
where I can shoot at them at short range engaged with Ventnor?
Yep.
Okay.
Damn, Bobby.
Yeah, with that 2 advantages and that 9 damage, that's enough to take care of both of them.
Haha.
You pull the trigger twice and plug both of them.
Sweet. That's what's up. Now I can check out this equipment. Finally, that distraction is over.
Now I can stand up and scratch my back. You have no idea how itchy and dirty that floor is. Oh, yeah, yeah, the weapon. What can we make of this?
Can I give it a look?
Are you looking at the knife or are you looking at what's left of the can?
Whatever
I would
whatever
suggest both.
whatever Vintner had called me down to check out.
Yeah,
That's
I'd like to know more about the cannon. You know, like what we can make of the salvage. But I definitely want to know what that knife is too, because you know, like an electric charge set off the bomb. Usually, that's not the way those things work. So why did it react that way? What is that? You know, like I want to know about everything you can figure out. You know.
I'm happy to do any and all of that. How do I do any and all of that?
Go ahead and give me an average mechanics check to check out that knife.
I
3 successes, 1 threat. The strain of the evening is catching up with you. Go ahead and take a strain for me.
I believe that.
Uh, da, da, da. 3 successes. This knife is fairly close to a standard issue German knife. It has been fixed at the hilt with what looks to be some sort of coil that is sparking energy from it. And the entirety of the blade is illuminated with electricity that's dancing off of this coil.
So can it be grabbed? Can it be messed with? Is it dangerous to us?
It does not seem like the sparks are traveling up the hilt. It seems damaged, however. It's still a knife. It clearly had enough potency to cut through this rock still, as it's like lodged into its stone. But
Okay.
it does seem
I
like the
know
mechanisms have been damaged slightly.
I know now what I do. I look at it and then I look at Ventnor and I say, "You on it? I could fix it."
Yeah, looks interesting. Sure.
All right. And should I deal with that now, or should we talk about the canon stuff?
I'm curious what we can make of the broken cannon. So yeah, if Brent's willing to let you roll for that, I'd like to know what we can figure out.
All right, this is going to be a hard check.
Still mechanics or something
It's
else?
still going to be mechanics. I'm going to upgrade this check one time with a story point. So you're just going to be a red and 2 purple.
Damn, he really doesn't want you to find out what this thing is.
Is it? Yeah. Oh.
Nice. A nice. A triumph and a despair, dude.
Holy shit.
And a success.
Oh my goodness.
Ultimately, a success.
You learn exactly what it is, and we immediately, like celebrate and die.
No, I got a triumph too, bro.
That's what I'm saying. We celebrate.
Triumph and despair and a threat. Okay, take another strain for me.
Yes.
Okay, so first success. This cannon is a long-range artillery piece. It has some enhanced ballistics from the what you can make of the interior from what's been exploded. You can see that there's rifling on it, and it's pretty advanced rifling. The machinery used on it is rather intricate and fine. Um, you're catching a whiff of diesel in the air, but there's something about this diesel that has like this extra sulfury like hint to it. Ooh, okay. First, you declare your triumph. What do you want your triumph to be?
Uh, I don't remember what kind of stuff triumphs are for,
Okay, so triumphs are
and I guess triumph and despair just both happen.
yeah, they don't cancel each other out.
This is your chance to declare something super awesome, like a piece of treasure or information, or something to stymie the bad guys in like a permanent fashion. But the despair means the same sort of thing back at you.
And they can't cancel each other out, though. So my triumph can't be nullified by the despair.
Correct.
Okay. And I took my strain. And we took out the zombies. Hmm. Okay. Well, it seems like the mission's over. Uh, can the triumph get us um well the order for extraction?
Uh, explain how your mechanics check might have generated that.
Mm, let's see. Well, everything's done. So I was thinking that just came through the radio.
Okay,
But
the call for extraction.
yeah, like, coincidentally kind of thing.
Oh, the walkie-talkies like sparks back to life, and Squad 3 says that all
Well, I never
hostile.
tried my walkie,
Yeah,
Perhaps mine was in my glove box when the blast hit us.
right.
May I offer something, Bobby?
What's up?
What if for your triumph, as you're looking at this, it's based on your mechanics, as you're looking at this, you notice the rifling. What if you notice a overlooked engineering flaw that will make these things easier to take out in the future should we need to?
Mm,
You could also find like operational pieces of it underneath. Like the top of it exploded, but there's parts underneath that are still operational. Or hell, maybe one of the scientists rolled down into a safe place. Or hell, there you go. Something that shields from the effect.
That's pretty good, yeah.
because the extraction's going to come regardless.
Uh, for my triumph, I will retrieve the knife safely from the wall and tuck it away for later.
Okay. Despair. Uh, you guys, now with the dust settling and the immediate combat over, look over and see that there is another detail lost in this rubble that has been discovered. There was a giant heavy metal door with a rotating lock in the bottom of this pit between some of the alcoves where the command consoles were. It has been blasted open.
Oh
How
shit!
many hellhound faces do we see?
Currently, none.
How many hellhounds can I smell?
Oh, maybe a dozen.
Fuck. Let's book it, guys. I'm gonna start trying to climb the fuck out of this pit.
Yeah, for sure. You guys managed to climb your way out of the pit through use of wench or claw and collect the things you managed to collect. Chad, how would you like to try and transport this Geist who is going to be trying to gnaw on you the entire way?
We're going to take all the different uniforms that are lying on all these other dead bodies and wrap that fucker up like a Christmas present
Yeah.
uh, in a straitjacket, and I guess stick some cloth in its mouth too. But we'll carry him back
And
like a backpack.
at how much time are you going to spend on this waiting for the Hellhounds to show up?
Well, while they're climbing out, I'm already working on it. Like once all the guys are dead, and they're like doing their inspection of the knife and the machine, that's what I'm doing is I'm pulling this guy out and I'm wrapping him up.
Okay, I'm just going to flip a story point for you to say that you did that and we're not going to worry about
Okay.
it. Well, flip back on
I'd
accident.
appreciate that because I was about to kill that thing and drag Lagoon out of here.
I mean, I already flipped a point to get him, so don't like cancel it out on me.
You guys climb out of the hole. You collect your Geist and your intel, and you start booking it back through the woods, communicating with Squad 3 on the working walkie talkie that you're on your way to the rendezvous with the scouts. The scouts meet up with you. They all seem rather shaken by the events that happened tonight. And whether you decide to share or not with them this evening, they lead you back to the airfield where you landed. And you guys get on the plane back to Marlborough.
Woo!
Yeah, guys, that was a long session, probably longer than it should have been, but I didn't want this to be a two-session endeavor.
Yeah, I was hoping we would finish it, so I
Yeah,
don't mind.
I think we got like a good deal done. I was not expecting the super soldier to be a suicide bomber, so that kind of threw a wrench in things. But like yeah, that was good, dude. I liked it.
Yeah, same. I was surprised by that.
Yeah, yeah, you'll learn some shit about these guys. Uh, okay, so intelligence gathering. I'd say that you definitely gather some intelligence, Chad. I'll add base 5 and then +2 for going above and beyond. So you add 7 to your intelligence score.
Yay!
Sabotage, Chris. You definitely sabotage the radio. And your actions cause the super soldier to self destruct the cannon, which I think in a very big way, it counts as sabotage. I was just sitting there like, well, how do I say big again without saying big? Because that was a big fucking explosion.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add 10 to your sabotage. Bobby, you helped both of them, so I'm gonna give you +3 for each, so that's +6. And I hope I'm doing that right because that sounds fine. It means I added a total of 23 to your duty for this mission. Way to fucking go, guys.
Nice.
At the end of session for XP, we gamed for a solid 4.5 hours, and you guys did a great job of role playing and thinking tactically. So I'm just gonna go ahead and round up and call that 25 XP for the night.
Nice.
All right. 25.
All right, and now I need to look something up on the duty chart. What is your starting duty? Number of births is it for? So 45. $25, 21, 22. So that makes this 1 through 22, 23 through 47, and 48 through 68. Okay. Who wants to roll a D100 for me?
Not it.
Chad, you've been rolling pretty hot lately.
Okay, Chad, if you want to roll a D100 using the web page we got right now, you need to click on the percentile dice on the far right and the D10. Don't think. Okay, you rolled a D10 and a 10 and a percentile 30. I think that's actually a 30 and not a 40. So 30 means we've rolled sabotage. So on your next mission, everyone will have a bonus of, if I'm remembering this right, you're going to have an additional 1 wound. And Chris, you're going to have an additional 2 wounds.
Gotcha.
It's temporary because the way this shit works, uh, when I roll duty at the end of the session, whoever rolls up on the duty chart will have. It's supposed to inform what sort of missions happen next that you guys will be targeting. Um, it also confers a certain amount of bonuses. Like because we didn't roll doubles, it's only adding a +1 to everyone. You know what? This shit's confusing to try and verbally explain. Everyone's just gonna get +2 wounds temporarily. Okay, just for now. It's late.
Yeah, just say it that way. Just say it that way. That makes sense.
It's late. I don't feel like explaining it honestly, and it's like the system's already so gritty. I don't really see the need to make it any grittier. I was debating even including this part because it just becomes a permanent bonus at a certain point. So temporarily, everyone has +2 to their wounds until the end of the next session when we roll this again. So that's gonna like an additional 2 wound threshold for you to play with. Okay. I hope you guys had fun. Thank you, anyone who showed up and stayed with us this long. I hope you and I can excuse the kinks and the bumps in the road. I had a lot of fun running it. I hope my players had a lot of fun playing it. It was a fun night for me.
It was all
All
right.
right.
Thanks, Chad.
Thanks. Thanks for running it,
Yeah,
Brent.
I'm good. I'll do it again.
Sick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna